He's a phenomenal control player.
Feels amazing, man.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Sup Canista, saw you at the RC, had fun there?
He's a phenomenal control player.
Henlo Kaniki Hey.
Hello. How was life without me, bros? We would like to play first. We would like to understand Mark Tobias's deck
He's a
too.
phenomenal control player.
This deck
Kanye
descended
Aya.
does have the Storm Herald in it, but that's about it. Okay. Terrible. What is so terrible? Tristan, thank you for the sub. Kotek, jesteś taki szalony, wiesz? I think he said the deck is bad after the event. No, he didn't say that. Mark is the biggest believer in his brews, and this one is the same. There's no way he said that. Let's play Gather the Pack. Alright, gonna get the Scrapwork Mutiny Mill classification. I mean, that's good. Imagine if he played a real deck. I mean, it probably would be worse off. It's like, it's kind of weird to think about, but maybe. But yeah, we have both classification and Burning Anger now. Ready to deploy. We can hopefully draw a land number red. And then Storm Herald is gonna be ready to rumble. Mark Tobias status. Just notice this. Storm Herald qualifying for consecutive PTs now. Autocorrect 3. But yes, to answer some of the questions, the deck really is unplayable. It's actually sarcastic, but it's how Mark is. I guess I could see how it's like misconstrued. I could have upkeeped Gaze, but that seems poor. Kenny, how are you taking songs out of your VODs? You can just do that in OBS. If you set up multiple audio tracks. If you want to have like game audio but not song audio, you can use some programs to split audios from specific programs to a specific track, and then you can separate that one out.
He's a
It's probably
phenomenal
better if you
control
Google that.
player.
I love that moment in movie, when Kenny said it's storm in time and stormed all over his opponents.
100% sarcasm. It is sarcasm, yeah, I know Mark. I've played with Mark for a few PTs before. It's also clear from the message. He had good experiences with his deck. Why would he, you know? Should we gaze? I think my deck has way too few lands, so I should probably gaze. 20 lands, so we have 18 lands in the deck. 18 and 47. Yeah, let's gaze for land number 3. Okay, let's draw both. This to my graveyard. Do I want both lands? I probably do. It says haste. We need a creature without haste. So haste too. Okay, so more lands is good. Graveyard. Top. Top. We need not to die, but my opponent has been pretty slow so far. There's Traverse also. Yeah. Traverse not relevant for when I gaze though. Doesn't give me land immediately. So I presume they're holding a push. I mean, I could make them need to have 2 pushes or like a devil. But I can also make them have 2 pushes if I go Fable and I draw a land, because then I go, well, a red land. And I also will need to deal with the reflection. They could activate next turn and exile something from my graveyard. But that makes it weaker to play Storm Herald, I think. So Fable it is, I think. Not 100% sure, but seems okay. Having missed the land drop was pretty painful though. I messed up song request because I had issues logging onto Twitch, and then Twitch told me that I tried to log too many times and I can't log for the next, I don't know, whatever cooldown time is, so there's not gonna be song request for the early part of the stream. Okay, the devil means death, probably. One, 2, 3, 4. Well, no blocks, right? They don't have 6. 1, 2. If they have cut, they will kill me. It was nice meeting you in Athens, Mr. Streamer. Okay, yeah, it was nice meeting you too. Getting to put a face to the Twitch chat name. Although in some ways it is a bit awkward, because you were like, yeah, that's a person in my chat, and then you see a face and you actually them. That's not how I imagined them, but also I didn't really imagine them. You know, cool beans. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we can't win, I think. Oh, let's discard Herald. There's no way I need 2 Heralds. Oh, wow, nice Ross. So yeah, I can't win, I think, because they
He's
will
a
kill 2
phenomenal
of my
control
creatures.
player.
Dziękuję, Homik, za suberka. Kozaczek. Alright, I can win. I can win. Well, can I? I can draw a red land. Can I deal 5 damage? No, they can't. So if I draw a red land, well, I can't win. Because they just kill everybody. Well, let's try anyways. We can't kill them, but let's kill them. Let's discard Colossification. We draw a green land, which is not it. I mean, I guess maybe they will fuck up. Maybe they don't know that Storm Herald returns to everyone or something, but to any creature, but you know. Odds are they will. After all, we are in a prelim. But yeah, the issue was that I had enough pings to ping down my Storm Herald Arena. And it is assumed that they have push, given that they held up a mana for push the entire game. And it's just likely. 4, 1, 2, 3. What a pink face. I don't count lethal. Okay, well, that's lethal. I count lethal. No. Alright, so they'll sacrifice a treasure and blood and creature and pow pow. Bro, Zelly Dispute is so good. So, against... Sacrifice. What tools do they use? I was following Canister and Mr. Chimba's record every round. Very sad. Yeah, it was very sad. Are you the new Gap podcast host? We'll be trying that. We'll be trying that out. Today we're gonna be recording the first episode with Gab of reanimated midweek Metagame. So it's likely it sticks, and then we're gonna be regular podcaster, which is what I took pride in for years, was not having a podcast, but then it seems like it was unavoidable at some point. I was hoping I was the new host. Sad, very sad. Just you and Gab. Me, Gab, and Get Smart. Just replacing the Harry MTG out of the trio because he dropped out to play YouTubers. Well, make YouTubers. So, sacrifice. Just have Needle because it's okay. Generally. Because we can name Oven. But also Harris, so they have Harris. I could have Silent Gravestone if I want to combat Harris. Like, people have like 2 Harris, and I have the Bossejus too. Maybe I want Bosseju. Mark's deck is... Let's got Shredders. Mark's deck is 61 cards, by the way, bros. I don't know how much protection do I need for my Graveyardos. Oh, it's got it reverse. 1 twink out, 1 twink in. I don't know if that's how I would describe myself. Cześć, zbierasz magiki? No, coś tam zbieram. Gram bardziej niż zbieram. Isn't Swanson kinda
He's a
bad? That's why I
phenomenal
didn't bother
control
then.
player.
When will All You Need to Know About the Yawgmoth come out? I don't know much about the Yawgmoth. The next All You Need About... video is gonna be about sacrifice. I'll start working on it in the next few days. Why not 14 card sideboard? This deck is 61 cards. I copied it from Mark Tobias, who chose to play 61. Hammer video was top notch. Thank you. Thank you, yeah. There is gonna be a sacrifice one. Ja pierdolę, ile tam jest czerwonych źródeł w tej kurwa manie, no? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus traverses, 13 with traverses. Well, there's not too many. Modern streaming Archfiend. Now I'm just free to stream whatever I want. I'm just free to enjoy Magic casually, so I'll be streaming what comes. Probably just play mostly prelims as they go. So that will include modern prelims, as there's the most modern prelims and they're at the best times for me. So I think we mull this, right? Because, well, it's pretty bad hand. Oh yeah, it's a mark. Casually arrow commandas? No, bro, please. Now Cancer will thrive and become a super powerful mage, yeah. Yeah. Should I keep this? I don't know. I think Zerk writes for mystical dash teachings. Sodek Jędrek strategy website. Jak wygląda strasznie? No nie, no to jest one-lander, to wiesz, to nie wygląda tak źle. Poza tym, że to jest one-lander. But yeah, it is inexplicable how Tobiasz is like doing well with this deck and just you draw cards and it looks like this. Alright, I guess put back. So I want to keep Wayfinder Gaze, so we can put back. Okay, so I want to keep Land Gaze, Herald, Wayfinder. So I put 2 out of those 3 probably. I can keep Gravestone under Herald. Let's keep it under Herald. Because of Fotsis. Can't afford to keep Gravestone and no discards to discard to Mutt. Oh, hi Mutt. I respect Mark, but 61 cards come like kinda sassy. Yeah, definitely. Just become little LSE and do forbidden formats like pre-modern. I don't care for pre-modern. I will not do that. Was there any limited format better than DMU since then? I don't know. I have not played limited much. Alright, so they probably forces my Certain Wayfinder, and I draw my Botanical Sanctum, and I guess I flashback my gaze, so it's not that bad. We could technically reveal both auras and a red land. Their Worldly Gaze. Oh no, they got Gram missed a second land drop, yeah. They kept a Deadly Dispute Sinker. Good, good. Let's gaze. Alright. Colossification. Graveyard. Probably Graveyard Traverse too. Draw Southern Wayfinder. Hope to flip over a second aura. That seems to make sense, right? Traverse like I could keep for fetch for the mountain, but Song Quest zadziała jakoś za godzinę na stówę. No wiadomo, że dobrałem drugą aurę, tylko pierdolonego czerwonego ląda nie mam, no Mark. Dodaj jakieś góry do tego deku, no. But I shouldn't play Bossage because I have Copperline Gorge in my deck and Sparbluff Canal. That was a mistake. That was a really big mistake. I can get punished a lot by that. I just reflexively played. Also, it's Bossage, so it would be better in my hands, so. Well, I guess I can mill gaze. So let's venture deeper. Okay, we hit the gaze. To jest Armek, taki sędzia. Ale z jakiejś dupy. Nie pamiętam skąd dokładnie. No Matting. Matting has red mana. So I don't have red mana, so we don't mat. But now we get the gaze. Okay, we found red mana. Graveyards. Yes, this goes on top, this goes on top. Also not lethal. Oh, yeah, I guess. If you go over 20. No, because you have the extra power. 21 or 23, they have 19, 20. It's fine. It's 43 now with 2 qualification anyway, so definitely lethal. Can't touch this. Just get to keep the creature. Well, the auras go away at the end of the turn. Exile those auras at the beginning of your next end step. No dawaj, kurwa, zabij obu, cwaniaku. Okay, we successfully beat a one Lenderman. We did move to 5 though, so it wasn't a free win. Alright, let's go. Colossification, Burning Anger. I wonder how often on Modo people like yielded to the tap trigger and then cried. Also, it would be really fun to do 40 damage to the cat, right? But let's not. Okay, so my opponent didn't play anything new in the second game. I mean, I guess I keep the needle. Like, the needle will, on Oven, will stop Devil from clearing everything easily, so you should be able to have some bodies. Having a high toughness creature would be nice. I guess this is high toughness. So yeah, I don't know if you like want anything else. The spell pierces look bad. Yeah, let's just submit. Bros, the 90s playlist song. The 90s songs playlist, so good. Maybe you need the traverse just for the land drops. Yeah, I probably do. I should have not bothered it out. That was a mistake. Definitely something else would be better to board out. Let's keep the sand. Trust in the gaze, I guess. As they cast Unlucky Weakness, sure. We drew green mana. So I can play a Gravestone, I don't know. Yeah, let's play a Gravestone so it counters the Hairs if they play Hairs. I don't know. Because then if we pass with Gaze and they play Hairs, then my Gaze is bad. And I have the land set up and I have a turn 2 Gather and turn 3 Fable, so I have place set up. Don't need to cast Gaze. Unlucky Witness. Fotsy's last, okay. Bros, I'm reading the chat right now from from the Streamlabs window. Oh, nice. I guess you don't have a discard outlet because I bought it out Shredder, but you can hit the mud. Do I get to keep 2 creatures? No, I don't. Saturday Finder that is, I guess. So yeah, I'm reading the stream from the Streamlabs window right now, and I don't see the emotes. Because I can't log into Twitch because I tried to log into Twitch and it lagged for me, and then it tells me that I requested the double factor authentication message too much time. Too many times. Kurde, I wish I had the Fable. Alright, nice. It's useful. Land fast because why not? Miss. Okay, why not? Us talking about how good 90s music was is like people 90s talking about the 60s. I know, I know. But it actually was objectively. Discard hairs, nice. Well, I still got to discard it, so I mean, I guess I protected my graveyard, but those cards are not even in my graveyard. Also, bros, I've been playing so much Zelda. Yesterday, I sit down at 10 p.m. or 11 rather, and I play till 5 a.m. bros. And honestly, would have played more, but then I just thought it was unreasonable not to go to sleep at that point. This goes to graveyard. But let's keep the mat, the Sergio. Do I make any cool robots, Kaneki? No, I don't really make cool robots, no. It's a bit lame, maybe, yeah, I know, but... Let's go for like 5 lands, unnerf mats. Discard second combo piece, yeah, that seems good. Any later than 5 AM is unreasonable. Well, I didn't want to fuck myself up too much. How many Koroks? I'll need to pick up my Switch, but I would like to say, I don't know, 80. I'm not a particularly thorough Korok hunter, but the game is just so good. It's so
He's
easy to
a
get
phenomenal
distracted to
control player.
DDX.
keep doing stuff like and get distracted by something nice awaiting you on the horizon. Go there, get distracted by another thing, fall into a chasm, walk around the depths for 50 minutes shooting the bloom seeds. Hitting the birds when going to bed. Yeah, it was already getting bright out there. Outside, that's what made me realize. Is there going to be a Wokanki review of Lothar? Well, no, I don't know. When is Lothar releasing on Modo? I will probably make a video about like talking about the consultant stories, I guess. Reviewing feels kind of awkward. Set so weak doesn't need any wall canisters. That has been the sentiment that I've seen mostly often. But yeah, when is it on Modo exactly again? Also, did you know that rather not did you know, but are you gonna hunt for the One Ring, chat. We're gonna open many. Oh shit! Well, I guess we know we melt Burning Anger, so we don't need to hit a land. They can kill 2 creatures this week. So like tomorrow, today. You don't play the lottery, sorry. Yeah, neither will I actually. I was just baiting you. Alright, 41 you. We actually won the match. So the deck is just broken. Like that is the thing. But yeah, to go back to the question about Zelda, did I make any funny robots? I actually didn't. I actually haven't made any funny robots. I only have three batteries in Zelda so far, so it feels like the big machines need much more to operate. But I also just like don't often build things in games like that, and I just don't really. So it's kind of, you look at the clips of people having the wildest shit built in Zelda, and you're like, damn, I'd never thought of constructing that. I tried making Ion Cannon, but mostly failed. Yeah, the only machine I had saved is the hover bike, which I've seen online. The hover bike is when you stick 2 fans to a steering stick, and you can just get to fly around, and it's very convenient way to do stuff. Yeah, I got the secret armor ability. I got most stuff. I got the Rito dungeon made. I got the photograph ability. I think most of the like basic stuff I assembled. Check when the Modern League ends. I can't find when it releases with a cursory search. Alright, let's find it. Let's go Modern League. Well, some of the treasure maps are on the surface. What I was confused by was that the first treasure maps I have found in Zelda, close in 5 days, okay. The first maps I found in Zelda, they didn't give me like a prompt telling me that an X is here, because those were leading me to the underground. And then like, I don't know, 3rd or 4th map I found gave me an X on the main map. I was like, okay, well, why didn't the first one give me the map? But then I realized. Why are you playing the deck who cut your ass out of the Pro Tour? Well, it's because it's the best, clearly. As this win confirmed. This win was pretty impressive though, as my opponent did draw their 2 unlicensed heresies, and my single silent gravestone actually stopped that, so that card is actually kind of neat as far as protecting the combo goes. I guess it's also pretty awkward, but it actually works against Harris pretty well. You like play it proactively and kind of checkmate them. Rest in Peace would be bad. Not very popular though. Yeah, we're playing exact mark list, so this does have 2 needles which we boarded against sacrifice and then the revoker. 1 revoker to fetch it with traverse. Which I shouldn't have boarded, but yeah. Did I open any of the X's? Yeah. A bunch. High canister salve brr. High power bug. Salve. You really like the things inside the X's. The armor? Or like that the X's are the armor? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Makes it like a worthwhile reward every time. I haven't played a game like in a long time. Well, I have played Genshin, I guess,
He's a phenomenal
for a long time.
control player.
Which kind of like
Get jiggy
does
with these nuts.
similar thing, but to much lesser extent, where you can just immerse yourself, walk around, and spend what feels like infinite hours just walking from one objective to other objective, exploring, finding stuff, and getting rewards that feel satisfying too. The fusing ability makes it more satisfying too, I think, like because beating a group of monsters just rewards you with something useful always. That seems like a good improvement to the weapon breaking system, or like something to build upon that. That
He's
builds
a
upon that in a
phenomenal
nice way.
control player.
Myodo Iwariat Canipoggers.
Myodo Iwariat. Thank you, Fracom. Pradek. Very based. What will you play in Modern League? Well, will I play Modern League today? Maybe I will. But we could play creativity, we could play something funny. I have not been caught up with Modern lately. Once Lothar releases, we're certainly gonna be trying to play Hammer with Forge anew, because that seems like a great improvement to the deck to me. You could have been the one to win it all with Rona combo, and yet you refused your duty. Yeah, I'm not sure. Athens was nice. Was a nice vacation. I haven't had like a vacation like that in a while. That was pretty good. Spent a week mostly on the beach drinking local Mamos beer, which is pretty shitty, but had like local vibes and eating food. So yeah, maybe like I don't know. It's pretty hard for me to. I haven't been grinding. I have not been grinding leagues in the few days before the RC, which could have been a reason that it went poorly for me, but also could have not been. I have played plenty before. Not sure. Can this deck beat Gich? What's Gich? If Gich is Graveyard Hate, then we dead beats my opponent drawing 2 hearses by deploying a turn 1 Silent Gravestone. They discarded 2 hearses to a blood token and a Fable. Now, had they go blanked me, it would have been kinda fucked, and I would have lost. But you know, you have tools against Graveyard Hates, Spell Pierces, Gravestones, etc. Oh, thank
phenomenal
you, CD
control
Cream, for your
player.
sub avalanche. Very
He's a
base.
phenomenal control player.
I might stream a bit more Zelda. I was thinking if I want to
He's a
stream yesterday,
phenomenal
but then I just
control
chilled and
player.
played 5 hours alone. But I think I'll like do a session or two still. What's the music? Okay, there's the music. So yeah, antique opa opa, yeah, opa opa, opa opa, opa opa was the anthem of the trip to Athens, because the song opa opa by a Swedish / Greek band Antique actually has words that are very easy to mishear as Polish words, and it's really funny. You could play it, but that's when song request resumes, which is when it's gonna work again, when I will be able to log into Twitch again, which might be never. Alright, round 2. It's still a food ingredient I haven't found after 200 hours or something. That is crazy. I think I played 50 so far, if I had to guess. Maybe 60. Maybe 70. You know. Hard to say. Yeah, Leia Sperma is a very obscene name. It sounds so much worse in Polish than it does in English. Probably because I speak Polish but not English, so maybe English doesn't sound obscene to me. But Leia Sperma means that it would just translate to come powers, I guess. Which sounds horrid. Semen's flowing. Yeah, I mean, I guess sperma, yeah. It's like not even like bad word, but it does not feel like a normal word in this context. Stream? No, not stream Da Vinci. Sorry, you have to leave right now because I'm not streaming. No, actually I am streaming, so don't leave. No need to leave. Everybody is somebody. Ooh, ooh. Against Giganta the Wellspring. My hand contains Well, it's an obvious mulligan, I guess. Not. I'm not sure why I'm pretending that it's not. On the draw, we do nothing, nothing, fable, fable. Oh, yeah, I guess. I guess. Okay, we know there was against Thoughtseize. We are pretty bad against double Thoughtseize. Can watch stream during therapy. Alright. In that case, you being in a chat made me think that you are actually watching, but that seems like wrongful. How many zlotys do you think it costs for a bottled beer in a bar in your town? Bottled beer in a bar. Well, depends on the beer, but like between 8 and 12. 8 to 12. I mean, it's more expensive than in a store. Well, it's probably 8 to 20, honestly, not to 12. Depends. 8 was like 3 years ago, yeah. 8 is probably not true. Honestly. Bro, I discarded my... I don't like that. I discarded my thing. Insane they drew double C's. It's not that insane, I mean... Sometimes you do draw double pot C's. Lower end of that is what you'd expect at a tourist place in Thailand. Okay. I'm thinking of Wayfinder top. Well, why Wayfinder? Gather the pack rather. I could discard Wayfinder. Alright, let's discard Wayfinder and let's draw Gather the pack and let's draw Sacred Keeper. It's a spell mastery, we don't have it. Spend my mana. Because you want to mill over some enchantments, and we also... I kept the 1-drop on top so that we can hit the 1-drop. If we hit Storm Herald, we're probably gonna take Storm Herald instead. Or will we? They have no auras. I don't actually know. Since we had literally no auras, let's get the Sacred Keeper. And let's venture deeper. Okay, I milled more Storm Heralds and no auras. This doesn't look good so far. Would have looked much better if we stack a Thoughtseize. You're not Mark. Yeah, I'm not. It's actually Mark with a C, which is uncommon, but that's his name. Could upkeep Gaze, which then means we could play 2-drop, so probably will. We also have Bearing Anger against Croxa. It's over? No, it's not over. Oh, I meant to upkeep. Shit. Whoops. We win next turn. If we're lucky enough, we can. What's the better mark, Rosewater or Tobias? Well, Tobias is not a mark. He's a mark. Plug instead of blue for
He's a
Reborn
phenomenal
could be cool.
control player.
What is Reborn? I mean, just like an Unearthed. Unearthed isn't even in Pioneer. There isn't a card like that. Have you ever tried Death Touch Goblins? No, I have not tried Death Touch Goblins. Should I? Dead next turn, kind of. I'll call a Death Dweller. Well, I mean, this game we struggle with 3, 4, I guess technically we live. This game we struggle with the auras, not with the creature. We could have taken the creature. So I guess blue offers the discard outlets. Mod does too. Yeah, claim fame not relevant if it doesn't get back Storm Heraldus. Funny playlist was good as a normal stream request. You mean as good? I typed 90 songs playlist. Black gives Grizzly Salvage. Salvage is pretty cool. Shrek is 22 years old. Yeah. And we're even older. Damn, he said get older. Is this 8 then activation? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8, 9. Oh no, that's actually death. So I was DOB on board, right? Xbox 360 came out 18 years ago. Do you know why is it called Xbox 360? Because you look at it and you turn 360 degrees and walk away. Cause it's so bad. Hashtag I love PlayStation and Nintendo. Alright, let's not cut Traverse now. Let's cut Shredder again. I don't know if we should cut Shredder because High Toughness is kinda nice. Secret Keeper kinda sucks. Alright, let's cut Secret Keeper if it kinda sucks. That's your claim. But Shredder kinda sucks without Secret Keeper. It's so hard to double spell. PlayStation has no games though. True. I have a PlayStation 5 and I like barely play on it. It's nothing that interests me. So then I bought a subscription to PlayStation Plus to download games and I haven't played them at all. Why did I buy them? Why did I buy it? That's so weird, actually, if you think about this rationally as a rational behavior. I don't know, I like Secret Keeper, it has high toughness. I think I like it more than Shredder. Yeah, I play. Well, I played 700 days straight of Genshin Impact. And I'll play Zelda for like in the next month at least. I downloaded. Should I keep this? Also, no dig seems crazy. No, no dig doesn't seem crazy to me. There's many cards you can delve the enchantments, so you don't actually. It's not free, but it might be okay to play too. I mean, I guess let's keep this. Let's trust into gaze. And MTG, yeah, well, MTG I've played MTG for 10 years, 3,000 straight days. Well, not straight days. There were days I haven't played MTG, but I don't think there were days I was not thinking about MTG since I started playing. TBH. Alright, this goes into my graveyard, this goes into my graveyard, this goes on top. I'm a genie in a bottle. But yes, like when I was really happy to get that feeling of getting really lost in a game again with Zelda. Weird that that's a thing that I get happy about, but it is so nice. It is such a nice experience, and something different than Magic, so like it is like something cool. Have I tried Hollow Knight? I have tried Hollow Knight, and I played a lot of it. I played like 50 hours of Hollow Knight. Really enjoyed it, but I was really scared of fighting the ultimate boss. Well, not even the ultimate boss, the little bitch ultimate boss, the Hollow Knight himself, and then I started playing something else, and I never returned, so I never actually fought the final battle. Alright, smell everything but the confluence. Very nice. I'm a genie in a bottle, baby. Yeah, Zelda is... Seems like great design. It just leads you into places. But also in a way where you discover them, but where it's not, doesn't feel forced. But also, it's not easy to miss, it seems. Hollow Knight boss is pretty anticlimactic. I could go back and do it and see for myself. I didn't want to fight the final boss because, well, I wanted to like explore more of the map, and I did explore most, and then I didn't have much more to explore, and I picked some other game. Didn't get a chance to meet you in Athens, but could lend a meat hook to your friend. Thank you very much for your hospitality and lending the meat hook. It's so hard to get those stupid cards sometimes. Meat hook massacre is so expensive, but also no one has it because it's a very COVID set. Go blank. Oh, that's awkward. I mean, it's fine. Guess I discard those two. I've been playing Platinum games this year, all 3 Bayonetas, finished Nier Automata the other day. Nier Automata was another game I got lost in absolutely and played it for 100 hours or something. Could have played it for more. It was a great game. Also didn't catch you in Athens because I was in Australia, makes sense. So we could gaze fast and we can grab 2 creatures. We melee spell, I guess. But we don't get the scry effect, so it's like ups and downs. I don't know. Hard to say. Let's gather the pack. Mat, I guess. Spent 40 hours for E-ending, but chose to help others in the end, so I'm not playing more. I didn't do that. Czemu masz reklamę na Twitch? No bo nie masz suba teraz. Chyba cię skończył. Nie pokazuje ci subskrypcja odznaki. Musiał się skończyć, jak w Atenach byłem. Fabuła. Okay, we got another fabuła, so we can play another fabuła, I guess. Shrek. Yeah, Shrek. But yeah, portable head, I didn't choose that because I just didn't feel like deleting my progress in the game. And because I didn't care. So I guess kinda ruthless of me. I know the storyline of Ocarina of Time. Not much. But it's nice to see Ganondorf after Ganondorf not being present in the previous Zelda. Ay. Maybe I should have gazed in response. Awkward. Six sages in Ocarina 2. Well, I don't know about six sages in Tears of the Kingdom, so I don't actually know. You know, I have not found most of the memories yet in the game. I'll probably play it again on PC with mods and go for all the endings. Damn. I never played a game with mods. I don't think so. I discard classification and I guess the mods. Gather the pack. Literally explain the Rito cutscene. Oh yeah, I know now. Rito. Bros, where is my Storm Herald? I have 2 anger, 2 classification. I do, so the attack from this is not dangerous. No, I remember there was a sage. I didn't remember him talking about there being exactly 6 sages, so maybe I just skipped that info. Ay caramba. The second devil. It's gonna be the end of me, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Well. Or do we die? We don't die, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Shouldn't die. Maybe with a deadly dispute we die. What's this? Tea or coffee? I don't drink coffee, it's tea. Bean juice. I don't drink bean juice. 1, 2, 3. Well, they might have a push, which then would be rough times, but life's rough. I think we are down a game. We're gonna be down a much soon, unless something incredible happens. Let's just take a draw, I think, and we're gonna find Burning Anger. Take a draw because, well, if I mean, I'm just on a no outer. If I need to suck a treasure, the devils are just in the details. Maybe Devil is a great card against some of the removals in the format. Interesting that they play this deck despite Mark saying himself deck is awful. It was clearly a sarcastic message, bro. Well, maybe it's gonna work out, probably not. No, because they have lethal, but you know. Playing 5 and 7 mana Auras is bad versus a removal deck. You could say that. Another funny thing about Zelda that I wanted to mention was what exactly? Oh, the enemies. I was thinking of Zelda Breath of the Wild and how nice was it to that you were meeting the broken guardians that couldn't move and they were shooting you with their lasers on the Great Plateau in the tutorial area, and it just seemed absolutely impossible to overcome back then, even if they were broken and like unable to function fully. So then when you first see a moving one, you're kind of like, oh shit, how do I like ever begin to tackle that? And it's just seems very impossible at the beginning of the game, and you just flee because you just seem to be absolutely unable to do so. And in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, I didn't meet any enemies super early. Although I did meet the hands early in a cave, and it also gave me a similar feeling of being absolutely like impossible to overcome. Even though I was cheesing it from a ledge where it wasn't able to reach me, I just didn't have enough arrows to kill it. So I stopped, and then like whenever I ran into those Zelda hands in an open area, I just flee. I haven't tackled that because it seems pretty. I have no idea how am I supposed to beat this, but I assume with time it will come, which is pretty cool too. And then I also there were the Gleoks, the dragons, which I got spoiled from watching a video with funny machines being built. So no, those enemies would be in the game. They seem pretty scary. That I've met one in the game and also similarly had no idea. Seemed like very outside of area of being able to tackle so far. It was pretty cool, which is gonna be pretty cool when you finally are able to do so. Rozumiem Twitch, okay. Język, English. When you choose a language chat on a website, let's say Twitch, you have a menu and you get to choose from English UK and English US. Which one do you choose? I'll just pick UK. Because UK feels like more proper English, even if the UK accent is the thing that you make fun of right now. But it does list languages as English. Like English, just English, assuming the USA English is just the normal English, and then it's English UK. Does it actually change anything? It's just like color and color. Never noticed anything changing on a website, but I guess it's pretty hard to notice. Czemu się kurwa nie mogę zalogować na tego jebanego MTG bota, no? Co tam się popsuło, no? Connect with Twitch. Alright, no song request today. Can someone tell me what's the deal with MTG Ambassador? Is it something real or just a troll thing? What's that? I don't know what's MTG Ambassador. I do spell grey and not grey, and I'm American. Crazy. Hello, Cancer MTG. Hello, Trex. Nice nickname. Trex. Trex. Chat, do you use ad blockers when you watch Twitch? Or YouTube? Or literally anything else? You do? That's crazy. I also do. Just a thought. I said that because I'm trying to fix my song DJ MTG bot function, but I can't log into it, and I'm wondering if one of my numerous ad blocks is blocking my login window somehow. So I click wyłącz na tej stronie. Have you to premium? Really? YouTube Premium seems not very well advertised because I kind of barely know it's a thing. And I watch. And I have to have a YouTube video on at every waking moment of my life because otherwise I feel crippling loneliness of existence. Did I enjoy my time in Greece? It was a great vacation, yeah. More important on mobile? Yeah, I guess on mobile. Do you have any opinions on the Metamorph Archfiend deck so far? I don't, but it's been made legal and functioning on Modo only yesterday, right? It's certainly a bit awkward that the combo will never work against Sacrifice. I guess the Archfiend against cards. They sacrifice a card, they lose too. It's probably worse than Shouldered overall, the matchup. And also, I'm not sure what the deck is, because I don't... The Grixis build seemed awkward. I'll probably try to play 2 colors if I can. Did I eat a Greeky cheesesteak, gyro with cheese? I don't think I had gyros with cheese. But I had Greek foods otherwise. I had moussaka. It was pretty medium. Maybe it was the place that I got it at, but didn't feel particularly great. Yeah, you can't really combo rack the sack. Well, I mean, sometimes maybe you can, but maybe you can combo them if you I don't know. It's pretty hard. It seems pretty hard. Washing dig in Africa seems awkward. Yeah, I'll build it like a blue-black dig for time. Just imagine it's inverter. Use dig for time to find a combination. It's a worse combo than the inverter combo. The creature is better because you
He's
can
a
just play it in
phenomenal
attack.
control player.
At IWO Golubis Pioneera.
I Lubia. 4 needles for Witch's Oven. Yeah, needle, that's little fucker quad times. Buka Herald Witch's Oven, and it's like, yeah, let me jump in. Let me get sacrificed for a food token. Wait, if you... Thank you for the sub, Alan. If you play Witch's Oven, then you are making food out of the cat. I never thought about it. That's crazy. But then it comes back, so it cannot be the cats that you're eating because it comes back. So what is the flavor here? It's weird for the flavor not to be obvious because those cards clearly seem designed with each other in mind, right? They're always played together. The cauldron rebirths the cat, but there needs to be a cat to be rebirthed, right? If we're doing that. So if you bake it into a pie, then how do you rebirth the cats, right? Puzzling. Truly puzzling. What about when you throw the baby into the oven? Yeah. Well, then you would also cook it. That's just normal. Also, once the cat comes back, if it has any memory of past lives, it will probably stay far away from you. Well, that assuming that getting thrown into an oven is an unenjoyable experience, which we could guess it is, but we can't truly know, right? I have so many art blocks installed, like 5. You can infer. Let's say we throw a person into a fire. We can infer from their screams that they're feeling pain, but can't truly know that they do ever. This is an educated guess. I think the Cauldron familiar card represents a different cat each time. You lure them with cat food. Hmm. Oh, I just thought that if I fed Buka tofu, she would probably eat him. Let's say cooked and prepared unknowingly to her. That would be very gruesome though, and not something that I would do in actuality. Alright, let's do Ancient World. I can't fix the bot for now. I'll do that after the stream. Type a card name. Let's go Colossification. Oh wow, it's a rare. And it's 6 or 5 mana. Not green, not an enchantment. Not an aura. The Burning Anger is a bad guess. Can be legendary, yeah. No reason for it not to be. Steam Vents doesn't cost 5 or 6 mana. Meloku, let's go. It is a 5 mana rare legendary creature between 20 and 04. It's not blue and not green. So between 20 and 04, it is 16 plus 8, 12. Let's go Ravnica. Let's go roughly return to Ravnica. The medium Ravnica. The Rakdos Witch is a rare, but it's 4 mana. Zurgo will be a mythic, I'm pretty sure. Good name, Collagan. Collagan the Storm's Fury. Okay, it's older than 15. It's between Fade Reforged and Champions of Kamigawa, so something from maybe like Zendikar, New Phyrexia. Opposite that will be Mythic. We also know that it's red or black. Not a dragon. Obnixilis. Obnixilis is gonna be a Mythic, I believe. The creature. Yeah, Mythic rare. Kazul. Wait, Kazul is a creature? I thought it was a place, Kazul's Fury. Rare. Whenever a creature on opponent control attacks, if you're the defending player, put a 3/3 red ogre creature token on the battlefield unless that creature's control pays 3. This is actually a pretty strong card. And Standing Bridge, literally. It's pretty tough to beat on the battlefield and limited. Thought Kazoo was a Minotaur, but it's an ogre. Crazy. I guess if you look, it clearly is not a Minotaur, but I haven't looked that closely ever. Kazoo. Alright, between Kamigawa and 2010. It is a red legendary creature. It's not a dragon, not an ogre, not a moonfolk, not a wizard, not an aura. Lovisa Cold Ice is a good guess. Okay, it's between Lovisa and this. Thank you for the raid, Kujigu. Lizuka. Is Lizuka a card name? No. Kikijiki. Oh, that's a good guess. No, it was from the same set. I didn't bother checking. Alright, that's on me. Let's check Lovisa. Barbarians, Warriors, and Berserkers get +2/+2.5 haste. He's not even, he's just a human. Not even a warrior herself. It's Izuka. Oh, makes sense. Does she look kinda derpy? Maybe just a tough woman. A barbarian. Hiretsugu. This is from Betrayers of Kamigawa. Betrayers was 2005. Alright, let's go Hiretsugu. No, it's not an ogre. It cannot be Hiretsugu. Hiretsugu is an ogre. Looks like the chestnut Netflix show lady. No. Any barbarian warrior or berserker in chat? Yeah, none. Izuka. The Ruffless. It's from Saviors. Saviors was before or after? It's probably at the end, right? 5 mana human samurai. We know it's not a human because of Lovisa. Jiwari. The Earth. Our Flame. Spirit. Spirit is fine. Alright, Jiwari. Jiwari Disruption. I know why I'm getting ads on Twitch. Yeah, never do that. Jiwari, the Alpha Flame was the guess. We got their chat collectively. Jiwari. First try, yeah. Juwari the heck out of this. I burned my bike on my Athens trip. I was too reckless to use proper sunscreen and I burned off skin of the back of my back twice. Think anyone has ever failed in the guess game in 20 guesses? It's a lot of guesses. It's way too many. Should be like 5, 6 maybe. Wait. Should be 8. I think 20 is fine without Scryfall. No, it's too many. So if you need 20, you just don't know the card anyways. Scryfall or all no Scryfall. I think once I got a Naya 6 mana uncommon from the original Ravnica set. And I was like so puzzled as to what it was. And turned it out it was a pure symbol, so I'm not sure if I guessed that one. It was during a car ride. Pure simple. Naya 6 mana uncommon. Because it's not a 6 mana uncommon, right? It's bullshit. Did they fix the bug of alteration? I think so. Alright, let's get a land to guarantee Fable on 3. Let's get a Montagna. Montagna. Can get green and I have double blue anyway, so probably will not need triple blue. Is it Keruga? It's Yorion. Alright, I gathered the pack. Nice, both Burning Anger and Colossification hit. Actually, Giga lucky. Omen of the Sea. I don't know about this one, bros. In limit in Pioneer, it seems a bit low power to me. I know, Yorion. But Yorion Schmorion. I could play like I could play like this and this. You have 2 creatures, I guess. Sets me better than playing a Fable. I could go Incarnation to like Bojuka Bog guy. I would be sad, but Preordain is bad. Canister, yeah it is. Okay, fires into Incarnation. They ever not have that in their 80 cards deck? 5 mana? What you getting for 5 mana? Oh. Well. Yeah. That's what you're getting for 5 mana. It's like such a strong line. So how the heck they play Yorion to not have that ever? Alright, we have
He's a
Otawara in the deck,
phenomenal
so it's not
control
over.
player.
Canny, I'm playing Sack this weekend. Is it crazy to SP the third claim and play 4 push main and a walker / bigger creature removal?
Bro, I'm literally I've been playing 4 push forever. Push is much better than claim. I think claim I'm one of the least claim fonts that there are. TBH. Yeah, you can cut it. Eaten Alive is a bit weak, so I'm not sure if I would want to play that. Some people play a single Dreadbore. I did lose to Sholdred 2 games at the RC, which felt unnecessary, and I could use an extra Sholdred answer, so Dreadbore, I guess. Dawaj drugą inkarnację, nie wiadomo. Not about them, wow. Annihilating Glare is best in that slot, I think. Maybe Glare is better than Eaten Alive, but I'm not a huge fan of that. It's probably better than Eaten Alive at large if you want main like that, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely better than Eaten Alive. Claim is mostly good against All Growth Troll and not much else. This is like something I disagree with many players who tell me that Claim is like the best against Rakdos midrange out of Sacrifice, but to me it actually solves it doesn't solve any of the good cards that they have. Rakdos midrange best cards against Rakdos Sack are Sholdred, Bankbuster, I don't know, Go Blank even, Hidetsugu, Consumes All, Mitook Massacre if they play that. Sky Sovereign, all of those cards, those are like the problems and not the small idiots that you can claim. So the claim is just doesn't answer the important cards. It's my experience. Wait, did the Yoran exile itself? That's crazy. Do any of the 3-mana Yoinks ever see play in Pioneer? Not really. They are sideboard cards for mono green. They're not good against anything else. Pretty good against mono green, against Cavalier. Oh no, they only played Yorion now. So you can't exile Yorion with Yorion, of course. Why would you? So yeah, play an Annihilating Glare instead. I agree with Riley DKK, I guess. If Riley liked Glare, Riley shows up in the chat rarely and talks about Sacrifice mostly and seems to be experienced with the deck. I never wanted to play Glare. It's probably not too bad sacrificing an artifact this big game. Sholdred's Edict. Not sure what I think about Sholdred's Edict. I thought about playing it a few times, but it seemed kinda weak. A mnie wyjebał. So I probably should have went for the Storm Herald on turn 3. Well, probably... No, they need both 5. Well, they need Incarnation. And I was building to like have a much better one. I'm not sure if I should have. Just of course in hindsight. So Elesh Norn shuts me down. Should have left Boseiju open on turn 3. No, leaving Boseiju open didn't lead me anywhere. I needed to like develop. Needed to leave Boseiju open is like very hindsight type. play. Do I want the spell pierces? They play many creatures, but I guess the non creatures are the important ones. We just want to combo quickly. Gravestone seems poor. Their graveyard hate is gonna be either Rest in Peace or something else they can stop. I want sorcery speed cards. Shredder looks poor again. This looks good with instants. I think I'll cut the Shredder. Maybe I cut Gather the Pack because I'm cutting down on creatures if I bring the spells. So let's go -2 Gather. And this 3 Shredder -2 Merfolk. I don't know. Maybe I'm overboarding with this, but that's what I do. I overboard. And maybe I'm too happy to board out Shredder. I'm not sure what Mark's approach with this is and how real is it to win a game with beats. Doesn't seem particularly reliable. And Shredder is not blocking here, so I will want to keep up spells. They're not gonna double spell too much. I will not be double spelling too much. That's why I want to cut it. Alright, I guess keep. Instant speed removal for Greasefang, but also outs to Walker, Stream Troll, and Worm Creativity. Yeah, it's actually okay. I had a Noxious Grasp. It's probably... It's close. It's close between this and Noxious Grasp, I guess. I mean, the games you win are the games where you get to attack card, and I just started to believe that, and that's what let's do this so I can dispute my case. I need it to resolve. So I don't particularly care about graveyard. Top, I guess. But maybe that's not fully a good way of thinking about it, but I think I will rarely get to attack Karn, to kill Karn with a removal spell in a game I win. Let's go with the might. Sure. You can exile might to kill the bitter union, but we could also not, so I will choose not to. Broseju, remove burning anger. Let's play it, I guess. We have the might in play, we want more lands, but not getting a blue one a bit awkward. But if they don't play anything too bad right now, we get to get the mat. This card cost solidification. Peacekeeper, what a weird card. Alright, sure. This might work. So good. Is this even a good card to tutor? I mean, I guess maybe it is sometime. What else for 3 mana, right? Alright, let's draw a Wayfinder. Yeah. Let's Wayfinder. Why did I keep the red land up? What the fuck did I do? Why did I miss a land drop? Oh, I guess that's because I'm playing way too few lands for my deck. Dex needs. I mean, we're gonna spell pierce anyways, the first enchantment, but because they know about the spell pierce, so it's not like they're gonna play into it too eagerly. Triple block. Well, maybe yeah, that's what I was supposed to do. Just gaze now. Probably should have gazed last turn. Graveyard. They want another counter? I don't know. Leyline question mark. It's a very good question. Let's ditch this one song. Probably not need it. Leyline question mark. Has anyone ever here ever set their spirit free by making love? If so, how did it go? I don't know. Their attack makes sense if they have leyline. Sure. Yeah, I'm not blocking. What do I think about Metamorphic Alteration Archfiend combo? It seems most likely to be pretty medium to me. No weź kurwa no, jebaną Elshnorn ma z ręki, ja pierdolę. Jakiś śmieć. Ty gówno. I haven't seen like the exciting decklist of the Alteration deck yet though, so maybe those exist. Need to find Otawara again. But even if we Otawara, then, you know, we need to like spend entire turn using Otawara on this, then we need to discard this still, and then play 5 mana this. We don't have 4 lands, so I don't think we really have outs. I think we have like theoretical outs, but not practical outs. No, fajnie, fajnie. Usuń mi tam jakieś. Call on the graveyard. Oh, we milled one. Okay, we don't need to discard it. That's good. Well, you're gonna die in time though. Your only outs are Otawara and Hardcasting. Hardcasting what? Storm Herald? I mean, yeah, we're gonna be... I mean, we don't have outs, we die before we get to draw to that. Hardcast both for us? No, that's not an out. It was a very pathetic game. What's my verdict on this deck? I mean, I think it kinda sucks, but Mark Tobias seems to think otherwise. We had an impressive match 1, but then we just kinda died. When I played that deck, it usually felt pathetic. Yeah. It's pretty pathetic. You have 8 dead cards. It's like very similar to Greasefang, but it's mostly worse in most aspects. It's a bit better against point removal, but in practice it's not trivial to have multiple creatures either. You have no interaction, you have like more dead bricks in your deck, you have no interaction, I guess I said that already. And you have Fable, but Fable with no interaction is actually not really a great card. I'll go grab my Rogal Marcinski for this March pause. Yeah, at least Parhelia you can just attack a person with. Nah, I can't. You never hardcast Parhelion, but alright, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, we need some React content between rounds. Any suggestions? If we go Maybe if we Google Lord of the Ring best cards, that's gonna be good. Search space 40 in Google. It's funny anime you can react to. Okay. It's not an anime. How to play Flesh and Blood. We watched that. I forgot though. You play kicks and you play punches in Flesh and Blood. I know that. With a GP-like limited tournament at Worlds, will you use traveling to Las Vegas? Use traveling to Las Vegas? I will not be going to Las Vegas. It would cost like 10,000 złotys to get to spend time there and play. And I'm not a seal too. I hecking love Rogal Marcinski. I wish I had good ones outside of Poznań. Then it wouldn't be Rogal Marcinski, but it would be just Rogal. Orcish Bowmaster gets hyped up, but I wonder which decks you wanna play it against in Modern. Merktide only? No, anyone who draws cards, so like...
He's a
Rhinos.
phenomenal control player.
Okay,
I
Rhinos probably
know.
not.
Gibrogel though.
Let's go. Lord of the Rings MTG set review. Can watch 46-minute set review from Jim Davis. Oh, why not? Let's see what he thinks. Like, because somebody asked me if I make a set review, so I will not. I will not. I'll just let Davies do it. Is Build a Pony really funny for some reason, Chad? Because I don't actually know the reference much. Is it just that it's a pony? Was it like Frodo's pony or Bilbo's pony or whose pony? Sam's pony? Okay. So it's funny because the pony is funny because it's relatively cute. Because it made me think that
He's a phenomenal control player.
because he played a sound effect, which made me think that Bill the Pony is some kind of a beloved character in some way. But you're saying it's just extremely minor, right? Thank you, Louis Jakut. Shit, I have to eat the rest of Rogal Marcinski. Just got an ad on mobile as a sub. Damn. Sometimes Twitch struggles with loading. Understanding if you're a sub or not, if you like loading the stream. Alright, actually, let me check this for sure, because yesterday I went into my Twitch partner tab and I noticed that there is a setting that lets you serve ads to subscribers, and I was like, oh, that's funny, and I untoggled and toggled it again because I didn't want. No, it's ad-free viewing for subscribers. Should work. Hmm. Ad-free viewing allow subscribers to watch your content on your on your channel ad-free. Yes, I'd like that to be the case. Ads incentive program. Opt in to earn a 55% ad revenue split. Alright. Just a bug then. Lame. What's the triangle emblem on the bottom of the card? It's just how universes beyond cards look like. Damn good card. It's not how Boromir looked in the movie though. Clearly misrepresented. Farewell Aragorn, go to Minas Tirith and save my people. I have to say, the overall vibe and mannerism and sense of humor of Jim seems not to align with mine much. The like entire vibe of his streams strikes me as odd. It's a different audience. So what about these abilities? Is Boromir's character? His sacrifice, and he died, and the ring tempted him, so makes sense.
Figure out card, solid features, they're going to sell. So then you made that card in a sideboard card, a couple of cards will play in modern street setting. That's our best show for white. Boromir, Warden of the Tower. Moving on to Dawn of the New Age. This is a weird one. This is a very, very interesting card. One of my sleeper cards for white. It's a 2-9 mythic enchantment. Dawn of the New Age ETBs with a, I'm sorry, an ETBs with a hope counter on it for each creature you control. Say I have creatures to play this thing together. Beginning of your end step, remove a hope counter Dawn of the New Age. If you do draw a card, then Dawn of the Age has some counters on it, you die and you gain 4 life. Basically, this is sort of like wrath insurance or kind of like grindy insurance where for decks that put up a creature to play, you risk getting hit by Brotherhood's Revenge or Green Verdict or whatever else. So,
Searching appears to raise a lot more MTG branded t-shirts than you do. His branding seems like stronger than mine, because mine is extremely lazy and minimal. Could easily be for 1 mana and would be mediocre at best. I think this would be a good card at 1 mana. Can I make him louder? I can. It seemed like the sleeper is to denote that it's a sleeper card. He's wearing a Mog shirt. It's like the Mag root beer. As Mog. Honestly, pretty smart. See chat. This is Mag root beer and this is Mog t-shirt. Mog. Pretty nice.
So this card is pretty cool. You know, in modern, in historic, I'm not sure if it's good enough, but it's kind of cool. There's a man who can do cool, so it's something or whatever. And then really, this card is phenomenal. Then just like four orders to play, just draw 4 cards. Also, and then the life game matters too. You have to race it or whatever. It's cool as well. So kind of a weird, kind of cool new card. It's really awesome to see after 30 years. Pretty cool card. Great draft. This guy this card's not quite there anymore. Equipment is good limited. I think it's super, super conservative in the last decade or so with common equipment. Back in the day, you know, in Mirror was the first game.
It seems like good equipment for limited. Eagles of the North playing cycling. I mean, I used to review all the rares and that was way too much for me. At some point I was too tired and I felt like I did a lot of useless work every time. Island Cycling not being a creature is funny, yeah. The quick abilities to activate cost 1 less to activate. It seems pretty good in Hammer. Was there ever an island cycling creature in the set that you saw? No, it was a non-creature to begin with, I think. TNT. No, how many equips for 8? So it's 7. This TNT didn't explode though.
There are a lot of not why is the important part is when the ring tempts you, the first chapter of the ring is nature repair.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So it's pretty close to Rogue Refiner. Kanye, I thought you got to talk tomorrow. Why did you make a commander set? I was given a list of goals and expectations, and I provide feedback according to those. And those expectations were not to create a Modern Horizons free set, which I think at some point, and on I'm not I don't remember that myself, but some people told me that in some marketing material early, it has been communicated that this set is going to be a Modern Horizons free set, which I think was a miscommunication. Which probably makes people a bit disappointed sometimes. Is it just white cards? Faramir. What's the card TSPN would like so much? It's Sauron's Ransom, but he didn't end up liking it so much, and I at some point realized that he's probably gonna get disappointed by it. We spoiled it last day.
Don't hate me here, but white legendary. The card reads pretty good, right? Legendary control is +1 and 4, so it's very powerful.
That card would be really good in a format weaker than Modern. Yeah, potentially. Image free next year, I assume. Maybe. The Anthem being legendary kinda awkward though. I could play this in Pioneer. Image free will get pitch planeswalkers, sure. Oh, what's he gonna say about Forging You? Why did I nerf Forge Anew? I didn't. Well, maybe I did actually. I'll need to check.
Obviously, hammer time. It's the big honored. That's worked out as well. This does the effective. They can return the destroyed hammer also.
Hammer is the only possible place, right? Yeah.
But I don't think it's hard to play in front of. It's just mostly like a redundancy elements for hammer time, and that's what it is. But that effect is still reasonable for sure. You know, that's really part of the
Best you can do is revive Kaldra. Yeah. I just don't care about the fast ability much.
whatever. Huge amazing returns here. Probably won't have an hammer time. It's really
Well, it discard Kaldra sometimes. It's pretty rare though.
Doron's Beige. 1 mana for a 1/2. 1/4 black. Kind of like a figure destiny here. Maybe it should be like
It's better than Core Outfitter. I mean, it seems clearly better than Core Outfitter. It's an enchantment, stays in play. You can play it with hammer in hand. You can play it with a hammer in play. It's fine both ways. It re-equips, so if your opponent's creature removal doesn't work, if they use artifact removal, then you can bring back your hammer too once you play it. It seems like equips at instant speed. It seems, you know, Core Outfitter is here and I have to stand on my chair. And Forge Anew is here. It's much better. So I'll be playing a 4-drum build of hammer. Frodo Baggins. Let's build hammer with Forge Anew. Okay, so we go modern. We go hammer white, let's say. Let's go hammer white search. Open a new copy. Properties. Hammer white Forge Anew. Okay, so like all of the funky things go to the sideboard. Cat givers. Are those cards on mod already? It's time to cut Pure Seal Paladin. I don't think it's time to cut Pure Seal Paladin. Sounds a bit awkward to me. Maybe, but I don't think so. Wow. Perfect deck. You can have 7 zeros. You don't need full 8. You can play a third one for purposes of trying out a new card. We need protection spells less because Forge Anew is a protection spell, so Surge and Skill can belong in the sideboard. Three ink moss, could play 4 ink moss, maybe. Why not? And in the sideboard, I don't know. Could play the white remand. It's called Reprieve. Could play like 2 copies. Can cut Orvars for Reprieve. What else do we play in Hammer? Any other new cards in white? Let's have the Salvations and versus Fossil Vigor and oh, new Sam, yeah. We can play Sam for the grainy matchups in the sideboard. Samwise the Stout-Hearted. No blue splash. No, there's no need for a blue splash. Can cut sword. Partner with some loyal attendant. Oh, let's put this one in the deck, into the deck. That's gonna be nice. Those artworks are nice, but you also can't see shit on them. Like it's barely a character, right? It's just a silhouette, but it's on top of a silhouette of some fountain. And the artwork is blue for a Celestian card. Seems kind of awful, honestly. The art is like 50% frame. Well, how many percent is this? I guess it's bigger. But yeah, like I don't like that as a like game piece. A Celestia legendary creature. Can't see anything. Samwise Gamgee. I've seen a Protean Hulk tag on Discord. Let me find it. Let me find it. For Asmo, 1 Cauldron Familiar, 1 Grand Abolisher. Journey ... Good flavor text. 4 Protean Hulk. Does Samwise make food token because the food is the children in the artwork? I thought the same. 1 Samwise Gamgee. 2 Viscera Seer. 4 Footsteps. 4 Persist. 4 Prismatic Ending. 4 Fotsis. 4 Unmarked Grave. Springleaf Drum. Cookbook. Witch's Oven. Mana Base with Saga. 21 lands. 4 Sanctity. 4 of the Void. Nice. But yeah, you... Protean Hulk searches for Grand Abolisher, Samwise Gamgee, Cauldron Familiar, and Viscera Seer, and that's a kill. You can sacrifice the Gear Hulk with Footsteps of the Gorilla, Viscera Seer, or with Asmorana, Mardikada, Istina Kuldakar. Dealing 6 damage to Hulk once you persist it. Or to the Oven, which you can find with Urza's Saga. So it honestly doesn't look too bad, and you have Fotzi's Prismatic Ending. So you have the like bare minimum of interaction. So certainly I'll play a league with that. Where is download? Download. Urza's Saga is your favorite card ever? Is that actually true? That is crazy. When are the cards available on Modo? It seems like in 5 days. Tuesday? Tuesday. Legacy, no, Modern. Protean Hulk combo. Looks pretty cool. If you have the left-handed Viscera Seer, you can use it in your constructed deck. Call it super to emphasize the new cards. Meat and eggs. We eat. That was literally me in the morning as I ate scrambled eggs with bacon. Do you play at an LGS ever or pretty much only online, Canny? I play at an LGS every week. It's Wednesday. I play a modern event. It's a very strong part of my routine. If I don't go, I feel disrupted. It's actually the worst part of the pandemic for me. Not COVID, not literally anything else, but not getting to play weekly moderns. What modern deck do you have IRL? I have Living End, Jeskai Breach, Amulet, Hammer. And many others, I guess. Not full decks, sometimes just parts, but it's pretty easy to borrow in our group of players. Sometimes I also have Neoform and Song of Creation, mostly built at all times. Those are the decks I sometimes bring to an FNM. Is one of the common pieces enough? Yes, I think so. You can play them. You can like deploy them, or they all cost 1 or 2 mana. Are you buying any lot product or just singles? I don't actually ever buy product. I don't think I ever bought a booster pack for non-sealed purposes. Which makes sense as to why they make their commander players the focus and not me if I just don't buy their shit. I mean, I probably did. Well, maybe I won booster packs in tournaments where I paid entry fee, but I don't think I ever like went to a store and paid money for a Magic the Gathering booster pack. Will I play a lot limited at some point on stream? Well, maybe. Probably not much though. Yeah, we hit both auras at least. No land, but we don't need a land. Two card types. We're gonna discard a land. Well, maybe I'm better off playing Satyr, Wayfinder. No, I'll have 5 mana next turn. Well, 5 mana is not enough. I'll need to discard a creature. I'll have enchantment and creature. What's better? If I get Satyr Wayfinder, I need to reveal 2 card types and 4 random. Land, traverse. Pretty close, seems like. Do I think the One Ring will see play, or is Might too much of a roadblock? I would not be surprised if it sees play in Modern. And my intuition that tells me that it would not be really good. Chaining the rings, etc. Doesn't seem all that good, but we'll see. I guess we can hit either Traverse or Gaze because we dig 2 extra deep with Fable too. So maybe it is better to play the Fable. I don't know. Can also hit the Herald because we just get draws instead of this milling. If we mill Herald but not hit Delirium, that's disastrous. If they pass with 4 mana open and we miss, then we could technically just chill with Bosseju on stage and probably not die. Well, unless they go copy strings, pour, win, which I would like not to happen. Is Alteration Archfiend a meme or not? I guess it's a meme. We can play it for a league. What about the 1 mana counter creature? If Pirate has 2 or less, do you think it is sideboard tech or will it see main deck play? Probably sideboard. I would guess lower than Spell Snare levels of play, higher than 0. Like you could play one main deck if you like
He's
have a specific
phenomenal
reason to.
control player.
Alright, good. We drew the monster. I have 4 card types, and we traverse the Ulvenwald. We storm Herald, play Broseju. Herald. Ilfighter, thank you very much for the gifted sub. It is very base that you did what you just did. And 21 my opponent. Best target is probably turn 1 grief on the play. Yeah, it's a good target. But you need to be on the, you know, just like counters versus creatures, it's always that you would rather use removal because removal works on the draw too. Yawgmoth's a good target, but Yawgmoth sometimes is just cast and oftentimes it's summoned via dirty tricks, you know. Good needle. Boseju? Boseju doesn't do anything. Good needle Otawara and stage. Probably in. Probably won the counters.
He's a phenomenal control player.
7 cards, that's a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, the Dork for Yawgmoth really good. I guess that makes the card worse, that's true. Thank you, Chochiara, thank you, Ilfatet. We need 4 more subs to hit the daily sub goal. I only needed to not stream for 10 days to come close to it. Once again, Shredder looks poor, I guess. Got Shredder. Sacred Keeper. I'm not sure if I want all the Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce is just kind of weak. Let's just have to. Dispute is maybe. It's close. I mean, we interrupting them a little bit does help. Sand doesn't set up. I'll move. 61 gamer. The deck just has 61 cards. It's the way it was when I copied it from Mark. It's just the optimal way. The first satyr to wake after a revel must search for the site of the next one. Why do you need a new site? Guess cleaning is too much trouble. Cleaning the one they just fucked up is too much trouble. Makes sense.
He's a phenomenal control player.
3 more months, brothers.
And then what? Well, that's 69 months. Nice. What are the odds of hitting a land with Satyr Wayfinder? They seem to be roughly 0%, as that never happens. Well, I'll be getting married in 3 months, so there is that. Alright, I'll stay married to the game. I think I'll play Fable. Keeping up, like going Mod, keep up Swansong seems way too weak, and I'll play Mod Needle rather, and I wouldn't keep up Swansong. But I think playing Fable is good setup. I can dish a Needle if they play the stage, which they will because they scryed for it. But I can name Otawara too. My wife hates MTG because I spend too much time watching Kani. Then I wouldn't marry her. Honestly. What about Mod plus Needle? Seems kinda weak. I'm after the big moves. I don't know if you have tax breaks. As maybe marriage in Poland, you do have to put your spouse in your tax form. Or like there's a special one for married people, so maybe there's probably some difference then. Mod needle is for curva players. What's a curva player? That doesn't even make sense. Makes 0 sense. Alright, counter this. Because they might draw into more strings. Nice. Wasted the strings. They're tapped out, so we have both the auras in the graveyard. Let's go Boseju, not good. Hello, Mr. Canister, no siema, Olshen. Let's go Herald. Bro, I missed. What the heck? That's insane. I didn't even get a creature. At all. That's crazy. I think the pack is kind of bad here in this spot, yeah. No Herald in the top half of the deck. Well, there is one in my graveyard. So your statement is untrue, but I'm likely to get comboed out right now. Maybe try one claim/fame. Claim returns a creature with mana value 2 or less, and Storm Herald is free. Or less, or 3 or more. It costs 3 mana, so you cannot claim it back, so. It's also a black card in my Timur deck that I wouldn't be able to hit with Gather the Pack either, so I'm not sure if your suggestion is all that good. Are you adding mana, playing strings? No, you're dealing damage, that's crazy. Wow. Oh wow. Alright. We've got 3 more looks, because you can play 2 mods from the graveyard. What does Kręcić actually mean? It means to spin like a shit in a hole in the ice. Wait. I don't have enough mana. I thought I had more. I guess. I mean, they didn't do anything last turn, so they will not right now. It's a common Polish way to describe the act of storming off during an MTG game. I actually never heard it used outside of Olsen here, so I'm not sure how common it is, but it's a common, like, I guess it's a saying that people say. Alright, I actually get an extra turn. Yeah, also 131 got second at the RC in Athens with Spiritus. And is gonna compete at Worlds in Las Vegas. Wow, pathetic opponent. Can I do anything to my Herald? No? I couldn't use it to save themselves. I guess if they had 2 bounce spells, then killing Grazer for funds would be bad. Alright, Lotus Field confirmed to be a pathetic deck. So, to recap this prelim. We won against Sacrifice. Let me pull out the deck. Deck Dupa Dupa. What's Dupa Dupa? What's this? Dupa Dupa. Alright, Storm Herald. First match. We fought against Ragdos Sacrifice. Silent Gravestone did some impressive work against Unlicensed Hearth. It was nice. Second match. We played against Ragdos Sacrifice. This time I lost. I got fought seized. And then I got killed by Devil staying on the battlefield, which seems like a problem. A common problem for red decks with like no removal is that they want to sideboard Rending Volley against 70% of the format, but then that misses the Devil, and the Devil just really cannot stay on the battlefield. In this deck it kinda can, you can just play your Secret Keepers, but it's a bit tricky. Maybe I shouldn't have boarded out Shredders. They're probably gonna cut claims. I don't know if they should though, but maybe they probably will. But it did not feel like it's a particularly good matchup because of the opportunity of Mayhem Devil just chilling there and making it impossible for you to combo. On top of the inconsistency. Match 3, we played against Enigmatic Incarnation. My opponent summoned an Eleshnorn with an Incarnation game 1, and then just hardcast Elesh in game 2. That seemed pretty bad. Pretty bad overall. For us, as we don't have outs for that. You can't really have a creature to traverse for to answer Elesh, because it would be an ETB creature most likely. So that wouldn't work. So you have the Otawara as the only out from that. So Eleshnorn seemed like a thing that you could devote an extra sideboard slot in some way. But regardless, is a problem. Yeah, Borrower seems not too bad. Borrower seems not too bad. To have a copy of, to have an out to Elesh if you care about that. You're not gonna play against Elesh that often, but you're gonna play a little bit against it, so. Sometimes LS comes from the BTL deck, which often main decks slaughter games anyway, so that makes the borrower matter slightly less, because Sky Turtle actually better than borrower? Probably true, yeah. Scrapwork mat did look pretty good. I haven't played against matchups where I needed to block, so Shredder didn't impress. I think when you need to block, it's okay. I feel like it's not worth to fight for it. It's likely that it is not. Although, you know, you are a traverse deck, so you could fetch it up. So that makes it cool. Of course, but an easy trap to fall into. Isn't Shredder a solid discard outlet? It is, but it's not, didn't seem super trivial to connive, because it's not always easy to cast 2 spells per turn when most of your cards cost 2 and some of your cards are literal bricks that you cannot cast. It's much easier to connive when your hand is all spells, for example. Round 4 we played against Lotus Field, and my opponent had a kind of pathetic draw, but I guess I countered their paw and they really were set back by that and they failed to draw anything. It does happen with Lotus Elf, but that you're a bit short on payoffs and we really rely on that paw. So we got slightly lucky. We would have a game 3 on the place still. Probably a fine matchup because you might be faster against Lotus Field. So yeah, I went 2-2. Deck felt kinda horrible, but also not that horrible at the same time. I rated as roughly as good as Greasewang, which I think is medium too, and I don't like it much either. Or worse, slightly worse than Greasewang. Mark Tobayashi is a little bit insane, but he's not that insane. I've played with this deck before and I had a really hard time getting anywhere, which I feel like it would come up too if I play this again, but if I play this more over a larger sample of matches. But yeah, so now we are free from the prelim and we could play a Modern League or a Pioneer League. Any deck suggestions? Thank you for the raid, Rushed. A league with Metamorphic Alteration. Is that the name of the card? We're gonna need to build it too. Modern Merktide. Let's play Modern Creativity. Anything else? Pioneer Blue Red Chandra? No interest. Maybe there is a cool modern deck that showed up when I was not playing Modern. Merktide Regent, Baron, Living End, Creativity, Grixis, Midrange, Crushing Footfalls. No, it's actually the same 8 decks. Still. Rash traded you when you called this deck pathetic. It was slightly pathetic, yeah. Oh, Grixis midrange, yeah, it's playing 1 over the sideboard. Very Grixis of you, bro. What about the new Optimus Prime Sauron and the guy from Stranger Things combo? Should be good, am I right? So right, bro. Shadow Invasion. Shenanigans in Modern, maybe. What's Shadow Invasion? Oh, I mean Grixis Death, like blue-black Death Shadow and Invasion of Amonkhet? Is that what you mean? Could play Tron or Scales. Let's go. Modern Scales. Scales has a new card which I haven't played with. Oh, this invasion. I get it now. Korea makes more sense. PNR red-white beats actually looking good. In what format? What's Wubre? Nice deck. I have not seen any PNR decks, but it doesn't look like the worst card you could play. Could play the Is It Drake deck for a league, I guess, too. Neoform, yeah, we played with Neoform a few times already. Right, I made a poll. So one copy of the Fling Land, I would absolutely do that, yeah. This is a Phoenix deck, so it's a different deck than what I meant. There was a four Fables, 4 Spell Pierce, Crackling Drake deck. How many have sang this song to you, Canister? Quit playing games. No one. My mom just told me that. She was like, yeah. No, she didn't tell me to quit playing games, but she always told me to focus on my studies and play games in the free time. Because there are important things and there are more important things. I said, sure, mom. And then she stopped saying that once I got to the MPL. That was my life, bros. Alright, so you vote. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, who won the Alteration one? Well, I guess it's still winning, but it probably will. Oh, microphone undefended, it's tough attack. You know that you left points for voting available, yeah? Why would, like, yeah, I know that. I clicked the button. To make it truly a democratic process where those with more resources could allocate more resources. Let's go. Inverter. So we have to build the deck. What's this? Neoform, okay. Can rename it. Yeah, deck already exists. Alright, I guess it stays deck numbers. So I don't think I have an inverter deck built. Isn't there one from one of the RCs at least to start with? Maybe there is. I mean, the CFT SOG Grixis deck, it seemed too free color to me, so I'm gonna disregard that. I'm not sure how did CFT SOG do. There we go, building modern scales now. No, who voted? Icy Wolf, shit. Can I refine the points? Because I actually want to play the Alteration. Alright, I'll play scales too. We have time. No one played Alteration, or like it's not listed as the archetype. I don't think I can refine you. So scales next. Or scales tomorrow in the prelim. There's a modern prelim tomorrow, so yeah, I can scales there. I does the USRC, but it was the Grixis deck. I'm just gonna build it anew. This was Doom's deck from yesterday. I'm not sure how reputable that source is though. How did he do with this? So it's built as a mid-range deck? Yes, I'll be playing the Regavan Secret Lair events or the PTQs. I'm not sure what events are there in Barcelona yet. I'm not sure they were announced or anything. Yeah, pathways in free color seems adventurous. Is red color necessary in this combo? No, I'll build without. I'll just build a blue-black deck. Am I hyped for my upcoming time in LMS Bologna? Yeah, I'll be commentating. It's gonna be fun. It's sealed lot, question mark. What is? Blue black card quality? No, it's fine, it's fine. Barcelona, all modern or a few rounds of limited. There is a Pro Tour in Barcelona, which is the normal Pro Tour format, which is drafts and and modern. I am not qualified, so I'll be playing side events. The Ragavan Secret Lair gaming event and PTQs, I guess. All the PTQs will be sealed? Bro, fuck me. I mean, it's not like I would want a modern one either, so I guess. Ragavan Secret Lair. Bro, just use fucking Google, please, sometimes. At least some of you. Can you show me the list you built for Dimir? Sure. Send it over. Have Liliana of the Well. Narset. Just Dimir for better mana base and DTT. Dig is very, very demanding, and I'm starting to think that Deluge would just be better. I also now play Consider. No, you have to play Consider for Dig. You kinda have nothing in your deck though. Sensors, Duress, we just like have nothing besides stuff. So, I don't know if there's like anything that's actually a worthwhile card to play. Yeah, of course, no Consider, no DDT. Fabled Passage kinda cringe, but between push and Dig I understand you. The question mark indicated you should explain. Well, that's what it did, yeah. There is events where you can win Secret Lair, Ragavans, and Secret Lair Brainstorm per event. And they sell for a lot of money, and they're actually like better prices than PTs almost. Blue Black Narset Sanitarium Lock. That seems crazy, bro. Are there like what's the blue black fable? You probably don't want Archfiend to be your only creature in your deck. It doesn't make much sense. Kaito, you say. Invasion of Amonkhet. I mean, you need somebody to attack it. I've seen a version of this deck with like all the rogues. Oh, I guess. Doesn't seem great to me. Inverter had a Jace, which was kind of great at being a combo card and a way to control the game. The blue Fable bounces a creature. That's a 4-mana card, right? I don't know, maybe I just play Ashioks in this deck. Just to have something. Let's go with Ashok. Inverter vibes. Sorin is better than Ashok. You can play Sorin too. I'm not sure which one you mean the Mirthless? I think Body of Christ combo might be actually better than Archfiend combo. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure if Sorin looks that good to me. You have Dig and expensive cards. It's not like Ashok is super great, of course. How about the Scarab God? Alright, let's go. Blue, black, the most those colors legal in Pioneer. Search with those options, and you're gonna go sort by price and tickets. I could play Shoulder, Ledger Shredder, Shark Typhoons. Shark Typhoon is not bad. The blue, yeah, Bosejo blue. Funny. Shark Typhoon. 35 round Pioneer Prelim. No, it's over. The prelim is over. The prelims are always four rounds. They're fixed. Necromantia gives them a creature to enchant. I don't know if my point having no creatures will ever be an issue. It might be against control. Chingitaxias. 3GP. Sort by EDH Rec. Karn Legacy Reforged. I think we hit the floor of what the price is gonna give me. Oh yeah, Common Tower. What is EDH Rec exactly? Is it how often the cards appear in EDH decks? Why does Firex and Arena appear in EDH decks often? Reality Shift? Why is Reality Shift a highly played card in the format if removal is bad? In general, then why is bad removal played highly? Oh, you exile your own shit. Yeah, okay. Archmage Emeritus. Alright, we got our chest. I'll play 2 Ashiks and 4 of the Shark Typhoon. And I don't know, go for the throat. Is there some kind of nice removal spell on these colors? Do you want some counters? Got like space for 3 more interaction cards. You could play like Mates Appear ×2. 4 mana Heartless Act for the mirror, dude. Yeah. Let's go like 2 Mates Appear, 2 Sensor. Got 25 lands now. We play 24. It makes appear as kind of a stinker. Inverter played 24 lands. It's like, if it's the same deck, which it is. Shredder or TT. I don't think you're gonna be flipping Thing in the Ice often. I'd much rather play Sensor than Juari in a Dig Through Time deck always. So go Dark Slick, Chores. Can we play Field of Ruin? Should we? Bankbuster was good in the Grixis version. This is not a deck that crews Bankbuster. So I doubt it. Maybe in the sideboard it is. But it might be a Maze Mind Tome deck instead, TBH. Let's go like Negate. Can go Stroke. I don't know. Random sideboard cards in blue black. We can go best sweepers. My issue with the control version is you need a way to deal 2, so draws is still a free turn clock. You can kill a creature they have. I don't know. Doesn't seem like a non-issue. I'm gonna go blank. You're gonna go Maze Mind, Tome. You're gonna go Kalitas. Oosh. Well, let's play Shoulder and not Kalitas, probably. In the sideboard, it's for blocking, I guess. Once they cut removal. Well, they cut removal like they should, probably. It's kind of weird because you have this guy already. It's kind of the same card. Let's add Watery Grave. We're gonna play 4 of them.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Canny rage, peepo cute.
Shipwreck Marsh. Hello, Belanna. Pathway. Those are the good dual lands. And we can play like basics and Field of Ruin for fail push, or we could play Fabled Passage for push, but Fabled Passage is kind of cring. I mean, so is Field of Ruin. Let's go Holster. Will we have enough stuff to delve without open edition to consider? I will, yeah. Castles, Vantres doesn't seem great. What about Archfiend combo stable to the Rogue's Shields? Shell, yeah, what about it? Swan Song in the sideboard for the Swan Song fans. That's too much. Clank. Clank with dig is stinky. Do I think that Shell will be better or worse than Control? I don't know. Alright, I can't play Fabled Passage. Play 2 Field of Ruin and 3 basics. 4 basics. Is Path of Peril that good against spirits? Doesn't seem to me like that would be the case. But we could play Path of Peril. Needle seems okay. It seems like the best thing to do against mono green. Because if you needle Karn, you will win with the combo probably. I mean, Power of Peril just against aggro decks. It's RA7 removal spell to the deck too. It's gonna go for the Fraud, Heartless Act. What else they play? Power Word Kill. Power Word Kill. One make disappear for when it lines up. Alright, let's go one Clink. Why does Clink search for Cyclink? That's crazy. Ray of Enfeeblement sounds good. Let's have like random one-offs in the sideboard when we don't know. Isn't Power Word Kill stink in the mirror? You sure? Right, any funny cards for the sideboard? Suggest them. Let's have one extinction. Siphon Insight. The Scarab God. Could have Teferi from Brother Swords. Cry for Carnarium for sacrifice. It's not even good against sacrifice. Kaito, but which one? Let's have one more removal spell that's cheap versus aggro. So like a 3 mana sweeper or some 2 mana removal spell. Good against aggro. Maybe Noxious Grasp. Meat Hook. Meat Hook Massacre is cool, yeah. Second Ray. Second Ray is okay, yeah. Let's play one Meat Tech. Let's play Second Ray. Let's cut Path of Peril. Looks pretty stinky to me. Or the Dispute. No, let's go with one-offs. Ray probably gonna end up in the deck later, but we just want like to experience many cards. Alright, so this is what we've got. Cling to Dust, it's in the sideboard. I guess the chat covers it so you don't see it. So we are gonna add anything else that's funny. I don't know. I could cut another Shipwreck Marsh for a third Field of Ruin, but I have 4 basics, so that would be a bit scary. Let's do it. So we have like a few more ways to actually revolt. I'll make this appear in my deck, which you know how it is. Probably better to play Sensors in the main deck. Recycle. For the combo, let's play Sensors. Let's not play Quench. I don't even have Creatures to Sacrifice, right? So no Fabled Passage to get Graveyard. I have Field of Ruin instead. For Digidongi nie za dużo? No przekonamy się, może być za dużo. Digidongi. Maybe go down one alternation. I will be going down after sideboarding. I just want to keep 4 main decks for science. Maybe that will be the cut that we eventually will make, but I would rather start with 4 to just draw the combo more often and see how the combo itself looks and how it lines up. Alright, let's rent Metamorphic Alteration. It costs 1.5 tickets, so I thought it's gonna cost more. And actually, no, it draws is 3.25, so I also thought it's gonna be more expensive, but I guess let's rent it. Anyways. Why the Planeswalker? To have some more power in the deck. Why does Archfiend on the draws have the yellow lines? It's because I don't own the card currently. That's how it signals that you don't have the card, or that's not legal for some reason. Which is why I'm using Mana Traders, a great service, to rent the cards right now. If you would like to play Magic Online without breaking a bank yourself and using a subscription service at an approachable price, you could use Mana Traders yourself. And if you do that, remember to use one of my code to get 10% off for the first 2 months. Alright, is my deck compatible with any companion? It's not with Giganta, it's not with Garuda. So it seems like it is not compatible. Alright, let's retitle the stream to Pioneer Inverter Asterisk. I'm gonna go to Pioneer League, realize that I am 2-0 with sacrifice in a league. Drop from a 2-0 league. Get 50 points back, I guess. And choose the deck. How'd I name it? I always name my deck something stupid and I forget. Archfiend combination. Massacre, Teferi Temporal Pilgrim. This looks so goofy. And let's go. Alright, well, let's be on the play. And we see Shores, Sensor, seems overall keepable. Balagad Recovery. So my removal spells are not gonna be very good. So I don't think we can win game 1 because unless my opponent plays a Grazer. No ja, zajebiście. Which Inverter was able to win game 1 against an opponent like this. Play for a Baral next turn. Well, they Baral, then I'll just die to it. So that's a bit of a problem too. No Thought Distortion. Thought Distortion is not even a particularly good card against Lotus Field. Out of flag it normal deck. How do you want me to cast it? A6? Yes! Yes! We have outs. I mean, still my hand is 4 blanks, but... I think I will need to cycle the Sensor because my hand is like essentially 2 cards. We need to hit lands. Oh, Pillar Ruin is not too bad. Can't cast the Dig. Another Field of Ruin, okay. Okay, Ashok not helping. So yeah, well, Fable decks have the Fable to clear away the removal spells like this, which I don't currently. Oh, checkmated. This is why I tried Liliana of the Veil. Well, it's not like a discard for value with Liliana of the Veil, so I don't think it actually matters. Can cycle, really? Okay, can Thoughtseize. Why not? Like with Liliana of the Veil, you don't really discard for value, just discard. That's not... doesn't make it particularly good, I don't think so. I don't know if this hand is beatable. But I can't really cast the Impulse because then I feel them, so... let's take the Vizier. So kind of sit there and wait. It's probably good. My hand is shit. This is very good. So sitting is good for me. And stranding the impulses is very good for me with the fields. Dig. I guess I can win via 6 mana. I wish I hit land drops. Nice land. Very good. How will your blue-black deck reach 6 mana? Well, I hope you understand how ridiculous you are right now. But I'm pretty unlucky not to ever hit a land drop. Gonna Typhoon with X0. When I had Vizier of Tumbling Suns, I probably should have Viziered to play an Impulse. And I guess if we find a combo, we can just kill them. Temple of Mystery. Yeah, that Grazer is gonna... you're gonna regret that Grazer. Alright, we got part A. I'm not sure if which one is better. I assume Consider Paris is better, because you have like more options with Dig, but... Archfiend of the Dross... I don't know, Pathway, whatever. No Thoughtseize here. And we're gonna go... kill your stage, so you copy the Lotus Field and tap out. So you can have Otawara. Probably would play Otawara, but just gonna make sure, right? And it's gonna be my turn now. So I play Archfiend of the Dross. And I play Metamorphic Alteration. So you enchant creature. Enchanted creature is a copy of the chosen creature. So you enchant the Grazer. And it becomes a copy of Archfiend of the Dross. And I pass. Nice combo deck, bro. Nice combo. You ultimate buffoon. The problem is that I only have one Swan Song. In the sideboard for now. But we do have a Shoulder. 3 mana. Oh, I impulse. Sure, bro. Impulse away. Yeah, nice 14 singleton sideboard, Nat. Thank you. Can try to win on the stack. Yeah, sure. Impulse discontinuity. Alright, then I pass back again. And what? What next? Nice. We did the thing. They might have the Morka or whatever, so probably gonna keep some removals. Probably will need to keep some removals anyways. Not quite. I mean, we could cut the alteration because it's just not gonna work. Could have like 2 in the deck for Swansong purposes. You don't need Ashok, I don't need Teferi. I don't need my Tome. Let's have Heartless Act go for the throat. Like 2 alterations maybe for when they play. What if we combo the Swansong? And we need to win with the beatdowns from this, I guess. Yeah, let's keep 1 alteration. We are blue-black, so we have all the tools against Lotus Field that we might need. Anyone know when you can open Lotter cards in chests? I actually don't know. You know, they will probably bring in the Morkas, etc. That's why I have Heartless Act in my hand, ready to get rid of the Morka. It's Thoughtseize. You can Thoughtseize Away Scrying. Seems good. Interesting. Do we take Pour? Maybe. I mean, well, they can have stage, whatever, right? I think we take Pour. Scryed 1 top. Consider. Can consider again. Wait for them to cast Scrying for. They don't even cast Scrying. That is crazy. Why do you not cast Scrying here? Let's give the demon to pressure. So the demon itself deals 18 and then I die, so that's a bit of a problem, right? But I can kill it if it comes to that. So Ill-Fated said that in his eyes is a problem and I ridiculed him. But then it seems like it might be a problem if I just play it on the next turn, so Act doesn't kill it, right? No, I can kill it. Well, yeah, not really. Just have a tribute to Horobi. Okay, it's problem solved itself. Why don't they play Scrying for a land? Just afraid of a counter? Probably that's they were afraid of mates appear or something like that. Yeah, this is a Splinter Twin deck. We did successfully Splinter Twin opposing Grazer in game 1, which was very nice. 4 mana. Behold the Multiverse, sorcery speed, okay. But to play around Pierce there. I mean, if you have the impulse, it's not too bad, I think. Be very funny if opponent expected you to side your command left in Grazer. Well, Grazer is not very good against a blue-black control deck either. Why didn't they go Scrying for Bosseggio? Because they cast Behold the Multiverse. They didn't have a spot to go for the Scrying. It kinda is versus blue-black flyer. Not really. I don't think so. Hardcast Typhoon or no balls. Oh snap. I forgot. When playing funny lines. I mean, I don't know if the lines are particularly funny. There's a cool trick here to double fill and they have to sack Lotus. Well, if they play it, then we can do that for sure, yeah. Very cool trick. Well, seems like it didn't. Alright, Lotus Field seems like an easy matchup. I'll grab some water. Would the Secretion Demon have worked this much? Yes. Nie patrzyłem na streama przez 10 minut, myślałem, że easy lose, jak miałeś 4 G na to win. Jak? My opponent failed to draw lands, and I checkmated their Thespian stage with Field of Ruin for enough turns, and I drew out of it. And they also played a Grazer for my combo to function. Very cool. Blue Black Inverter was good versus Lotus Field too. Not really, it was like pretty close of a matchup. Wasn't particularly good against that. Small. You could watch the VOD to get the full experience and check the like what actually happened, but since I won, I was in a good mood. Alright, let's put back Swamp. My hand is not so good, but give Buka water. Buka has her own water. So I'm gonna get my water. Wow. Can you do a Da Vinci style tweet when you combo a league opponent? What would it say? What's the Da Vinci style exactly? It's like, for me, it's that I know it when I see it, but I couldn't do it off the top of my head. Let's go tapped Watery Grave. Seems like my opponent has finally kept, and let's pass. Any recommendations for replacing Dig to make this Explorer playable? If I wouldn't play Dig, I wouldn't play Consider, probably either. So I would play, I don't know, some different combination of yeah, I don't know. Memory Deluge and some more interaction, more counters maybe. Oh, Buka. Waiting of the cycling is poor against Utah. No weź kurwa, kolego. Kolega? Am I supposed to cycle now? It's so bad. This is a 4-2 now. The 1-1 is useless, but not spending mana is also bad. Maybe I can draw Archfiend and play it. But I'm milling two digs, very smart. Dig is a pretty good card against their deck. Okay, I drew the Archfiend. It's not necessarily trivial to kill, right? What does he mean, Chturt? Can have a rogue, I could, yeah. Shaktafuna Alteration, yeah, pretty nice. You can copy your opponent's creatures sometimes, that's actually true. Co jest kurwa? What the fuck? Of course. Oh. This is not a normal rogue stack. It's this rogue stack. Alright, I was hurting for a YouTube, you know, I was looking for some YouTube Shorts content, but opponent delivered. Worth it. Yeah. I just assumed it's gonna be normal rogue. So if it's the mirror, what do you do in the mirror? Because you can't. Well, if you don't play other creatures, you're fine. You have a Heartless Act for the Desecration Demon. But opponent has cheap creatures and all that stuff. Cut the combo and go control. Not sure. Negate seems poor. Path of Peril seems maybe okay. But my opponent's probably gonna like go bigger too. Borden Maze Mind Tome seems powerful. And Mystical Dispute. And maybe Cling to Dust too seems okay against rogues. Maybe I should trim on the combo. Not cut it, but trim. Let's go like -1 Archfiend, -2 Alteration to have the angle. But not always have to rely on it. Go blank. Not really. Removal. Yeah, let's try it this way. I'm not sure. Maybe I could board the Teferias or other Planeswalker. It's not like Ashok is super. Let's keep this hand. It seems somewhat functional. It's not just rogues players. Slaughter Cloudel. Is it picture for ants? 2 Archfiend of draws. Is it Archfiend or Archfiend? I never know with those. 2 Metamorphic Alteration. How do you find that? You just, I guess you find the Archfiend with Incarnation and then you don't find the Alteration, you just draw it. Moonblast Cleric was in the deck. Was there? Yeah, there's 2, okay. Czy to jest dobry deck? Nie wiem, czy odstawiać cyrki przed paprykarzem. No nie wiem, mordo, jesteśmy jeden match deep. Nie odstawiaj. Albo nie, w sensie... Jak... Homing nie odstawiaj cyrku, nie warto. I'm short on blue mana, so no. They milled Kling, so that game is mine. This could be a Yorion deck. You can then blink your Archfiend. Once it's on a low amount of counters, you can blink it so that it has more counters. Seems pretty neat. No! Come on, this card is not even good against my deck. Except now it was like perfect. Alright, let's play Archfiend. As I have no other creatures, it should not be able to backfire on me with Alteration. Alright, that backfired. -2 power. Nice. Let me attack for 1. We really need that dig for time against their deck. Well, you can still draw it, but its window of opportunity is closing on me. Oh, baby, baby. I find the red splash for Fable and such interesting. Gives you more damage sources to get opponent down to 18. I don't know, it doesn't seem that important to get my opponent to 18. Look at my opponent, they're at 18 and I haven't done anything. But certainly Fable loots, that is true, that much is true. I will not disagree with that. I'm not that innocent. But it does make sense that more creatures that have power would work nice with Archfiend of the Dross, so you can gain more from the damage, yeah. Should I dig? Can get drowned, I can get disputed. can get negated or something. My opponent's not doing anything, so clearly something. Well, they did not have because they don't want to. There's a 2-drop black show which gives your opponent 1/1 and a 3/3, I believe. Yeah, well, that's really bad, right? I don't know, what if I wait? So it wants a curious choice, yeah. Okay. What now? Yes, so, Swansong probably the best against no creatures. Stroke. Lame. I mean, I don't know if I was supposed to cast a dig, but like now once I have a creature, like, I kinda don't have the luxury of waiting. Just wanted to do it. They're all living in an uptown town if you think about it. Okay. I don't know. Bounce it. Oh no, they have a second hairs. That is so unfortunate. Well, that's a draw at least. Let's make a nightmare. I guess if I make a nightmare, then my opponent can alteration combo kill me. But such is life. Sometimes you get alteration combo killed. I could minus down the ferry, that seems giga poor. Could alteration on the ferry to make it into a nightmare, but that seems vulnerable to removal poor. Not using the hairs. Okay. I'm making more nightmares. And now I think I'll alter this. TBH. Just rely on the Ashiok to win me the games. Also lets me cycle the sensor without giving my opponent a draw. Counter alteration, that's crazy. So I guess I'll cycle my opponent's turn. Okay, wants to kill Ashok with Hive. So why not just 2 drowns? Oh, that's a really good draw. Nice. That is nice. Well, they'll draw a card with my Typhoon. It's not as nice, but it's nice. A rogue creature plus drown plus Harris combo. Yeah, yeah. So you could have a push, but I don't think push would be in their deck post board. We're gonna block the Mastermind. Yeah, I think Mastermind. Usher goes to 2, then you make another. Push really good to not be dead to the combo. Ashok's gonna go to 3. Mindset device and attack, which is good. Alright, Ashok. Ashok, let's go. Ooh, okay. I think we win now. I think Typhoons and Digs and Ashoks gave us a pretty decent late game against my opponent's deck, so even though the game looked terrible for a long time, it's looking fine. All fine right now. Hardcast? No, no hardcast. It's terrible to hardcast here. Chad, if you hardcast Shark Typhoon, is like you discard a card and sacrifice a 4/4 Shark to do this. It's really costly. And I know that you know that, but did you exile anything funny? Why does YouTube stop my playlist every like hour or so? Probably playing Archfiend is one way to die if my opponent has 2 alterations in hand. So let's not. That would be a pretty silly way to die. Well, let's play the Fairy Temporal Pilgrim. Why not? And maybe go blank even. Maybe negate, probably not. No combo seems like it might be the move based on how that went. Can do this. Can have Meat Hook Massacre. It's not so good. Oh, yeah, I guess Ray kills 2 creatures in their deck. Path of Peril, you think it's good? I'm keeping this. We didn't see the demon. I don't think I looked at the XL cards despite saying that I want to look at the XL cards. Maybe it was there. I'm also not sure that Sensor is a playable Magic the Gathering card. I think Puff is better than Ray by a wide margin and you're blinded by hatred of it. Okay. I don't hate Puff. What makes you say that? I have it in my deck. It's a fine card. Kurwa, no ma wróżkę, nie? Now you're straight up lying, okay. Sure, Jędrek. We cut it. There's a Puff of Peril on my sideboard. Bro, no, why you have so many? And it's so cumbersome. Top deck Ray, let's go. But Puff of Peril wouldn't be good, I wouldn't be able to cast it. I can't crew Bankbuster, so it's not a good Bankbuster deck. It's my thinking. I can feel the top card is pretty good. So I'll cycle first before the mill trigger resolves. Whoa, I can block. So nice. Can actually survive now.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Margaret Abbott, June 15, 1878, June 10, 1955, was an American amateur golfer and the first woman to win an Olympic event credited to the U.S., the women's golf at the 1900 Olympics. Born in Calcutta in 1878, Abbott moved with her family to Chicago in 1884. She joined the Chicago Golf Club in Wheaton, Illinois, where she was coached by Charles B. McDonald and H. J. Wiggum. In 1899, she traveled with her mother to Paris to study art. The following year, along with her mother, she signed up for...
For what? Got to tell me. Nice hairs, bro. I mean, it's pretty nice against the Kling. Thank you for the sub though, even if we don't know for what. Why opponent not exiled Kling? Shoulder disable stroke, what a hand. Play him on the podcast. Yeah, can't wait. Okay, so thank you for the sub, but where did you post that? Margaret Abbott, June 15, 1878. Yeah, I don't get it. It's today's Wikipedia feature article. Nice. Faye. No Faye, good. Lucky. I could be your arch friend or your arch enemy. Mine? What? Oh, you mean like Archfiend, arch friend? That's a pretty good one. Hey Canister, just wanted to let you know that Inverter of Truth is banned in the Pioneer format, so if you're playing an Inverter deck, you will probably be disqualified. Sorry. Tough. It's Inverter Asterisk. So we're safe. Why no Inverter of Belix though? Good one. All of those Fotzes right on time, I would say. Both Ashok's mailed. 2 Typhoons gone. Can take Fatal Push. Another dig. Or just a Typhoon. Second dig. No weź się. Ale do głupio. Oh wow. Ayrıt belanına. Also have shoulder is on the bottom of my deck. Might be getting to the point where your dig order matter. Yeah, maybe. Not super likely. Might also be getting to a point where I die. Teferi dig? Oh, can't crew anymore. That's funny. That's true. You don't want Otawara? No, no. I didn't even notice Otawara, but I don't want Otawara. Wait, it's actually good. So you can kill the fairy, but it's fine. Because we have the spirit token, which is gonna be Hume Ongus. I don't actually know ultimate price. I have no idea. Shoulder, the Apocalypse. No! Ay, caramba. A flipping cuts my deck. Let's say I kill the Thought Thief and my opponent doesn't draw a crew creature and then I win. In 2 attacks. No! Ja pierdzielę. Disaster. Just like the second he draws this, he plays this. Like doesn't hesitate any second. No need for that. But yeah, the dick through time thing seems true. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hard cast time. Well, 6/6 is small trades for the hairs. Also, my opponent is gonna draw it down the log, so. Opponent drew perfectly, only 4 lands. Yeah, that's pretty useful for them to only have 4 lands. Typhoon, draw a card, make a shark and block your or hers. Alright. Alright. So probably could have made some like different decisions at a few points, but I think my opponent wanted it Wanted this game a lot. Time to salt at them in the chat, yeah. GG's, where were all my lands? Yeah, bro, exactly. Unstoppable. I have to give the game, the first game, that was a pretty funny one. It was a pretty funny game. Hit me out of the left field. Was not suspecting that. You can still free 2 or 2 free. Those there are outs. Pro Pofuronium. Seems like Keeperoni. Do we Fotsies or do we consider is it's a tough choice, but we probably Fotsies because then we're gonna know what to consider for. Otherwise I'm gonna see a fatal push and I'm going to scratch my head. What a hand. This is not particularly strong. Okay, I don't want to discard anything. So what, Deluge? Right, Deluge. Let's take Deluge. Imagine you play against like someone who does more than just fort seizing. Strict Proctor. No. Not Strict Proctor. You have 2 enables for Lotus and Proctor is a creature, so it's good for me. We foretold a card. Let's keep the Typhoon. We're gonna hardcast it later maybe or not. Cycle Typhoon for 2. Okay, says Doomscar. Despian stage. Right, so I think we play an Archfiend. And we're just gonna attack. Or not attack. But, you know. Then 2, and the second one I could keep and make a shark right now and attack with the shark. Keep the Archfiend for a combo. Cycle now because of discontinuity. Sensor not bad. Rico K23. That's very nice, but there is no song request today. The Beatles. Revolution 9. No. Not this again. Let's play the second Archfiend because we have the sensor now for the Doomscare. Fartwind of the ass. So good. Oh no, they're gonna tap 2 mana to counter the ability. Thespian said is your favorite land. Interesting. What's your least favorite land? I guess I get a discontinuity for free. I would make a shark. Shouldn't cycle. This is an inverter. Are you sure? Token kill for ability demon. Yeah, they have a discontinuity in hand, so they would like be able to just cast it and counter my Typhoon, so I didn't want that. Now they will have to cast Farewell. Then I make Shark Typhoon end of turn, a discontinuity, and I make a second 1/1 Shark Typhoon. And I win. I think. Discontinuity in your upkeep is lethal, right? We'll see about that. That would be a bit awkward if they went with that route. As long as they resolve the trigger. That would be a bit of a problem. So, given that line, which I missed, it would have been better to cycle Shark Typhoon into their discontinuity on the end step. But it is not what they're doing. Alright, the combo looks terrible against them, which is a pattern. Archfiend pretty risky to push. Needle the Thespian stage. Could needle the Fairy, but I don't think it looks that good. The Fairy or Wandering Emperor, I don't think that's the route I want to fight them on. Needle stage is just horrid in this matchup. Because the needle will linger on the battlefield, it will die to a farewell. They have farewell. Maybe the cat farewell is not like particularly good against me. What are your thoughts on the combo so far? Blue-black spells with plus dig through time is not too bad of an archetype. But the combo seems pretty poor. It would be useful against maybe mono green, this type of a deck. Okay, I don't think I take Veto. If I take Doomscar, I could just kill them with Joldrad. Strict Proctor, I don't know, they don't have a Lotus Field, so I don't want to discard that. Do I think regular blue-black control is bad versus mono green? I don't have regular control experience, so I don't really know. Alright, let's kill the guy then. Wow. Okay, draw. Bros, my glasses are extremely filthy. Inverter unbound. Sort of. They have suspended a card. Like your thoughts, extremely filthy thoughts. Okay. Let's go for upkeep because of this continuity. How many basics do they play? Probably a good amount, if I had to guess. I would say 5. Or at least 1 each. They play like Thespian stage. They can't play too many basics though. Anyone knows in the chat? What's the basic count of blue black, blue white? Wait, they don't even have Vita now. Let's go Joldred, the Karaluch. Do they play stage? They do play free stage, or at least the winner of the Canadian RC played free stages, and our opponent also deployed a stage in one of the games. I'm pretty sure they don't play Thespian stage. Well, you're pretty wrong too, broski. It was deployed on the battlefield. Canadian Omega Lul, yeah. Those hacking Canadians. 2 basics in the Canadian list? That is crazy. Finish a couple vintage decks. That is crazy. Wait, so you were selling Lotus Fields away from completing vintage decks? How does that work? Do you pay 2 so they lose 2? What do you mean? On model likely. Oh. Yeah, makes sense. In Minecraft. Should I? Otawara, the Proctor. I guess so. What they're gonna do about it? Have 2 veto. Could have played my Swamp Fest to have a Disdainful Stroke up. Any success with this combo today? Well, I'm 2-1 in matches. We won 1 game with the combo against Lotus Field of all things. They deployed a Grazer, which later turned into a treacherous Archfiend, and they died. But we mostly win without the combo. The combo had some success versus us. Yeah. I play an Archfiend and get smart transformed my Shark token into a copy with his own alteration, which was pretty lethal. Okay, we keep. I'm liking Swan Song. Swan Song is fine, yeah, we have it. Do you think it'd be freer if you didn't have the combo in your deck? Oh, maybe. Not necessarily, though. Is there a way to give opponents creatures? Yes, one song is the best. Although, yeah, I had a Lotus Field opponent just played a Grazer, so that worked. So just Rakdos, probably. No need for the second one. Oh, GG. Combo game. Grixis. Alright. So maybe opponents on the OG version of my deck. The CFT Sock one. Or some Nicol Bolas fan art deck. But probably the combo deck. They did fix the alteration yesterday, so it is no surprise that people would like to play with it today. Once they finally can. Wow, not playing anything. Destroy target non-angel, non-demon, non-devil. When I was building the deck, somebody said in the chat, "Hey, Canister, are you not worried about your card being weak in the mirror? Your removal spell being weak in the mirror?" And I said, no, I actually don't. But I should have. Any non-demon creatures in chat? Yeah, yeah. Have another one? No. Bro. Ay, caramba. Yeah, we do have Heartless Act. Infernal Grass is pretty much better in every matchup, right? Why? Are they dead to alteration? What happens? They're not dead. I mean, I can copy. I can switch the artworks of their Archfiends, I guess. But the counters remain on creatures. Right, Heartless Act. Damn, I probably should have cast 2 Fatal Pushes on the Archfiend. Well, I could have drawn Field of Ruin too, so probably not. But I can't dig for Heartless Act now. Interesting. So it seems like it's death. So once again, the mirror, it's really... If you push with field, you die anyways. How? Why? Well, if that field would be a creature, which it is not, then yes. Do you think they know about the reverse combo? I think so. On turn 3, my opponent tapped 3 mana, fought, then they untapped, which signals that they decided not to play a Fable, not to let me have a target for Alteration when they will play the Archfiend on the next turn. Pale pushes good index with Fable and Blood Type, and less good index that do not have Fable or Blood Type. That's so true. Blue-black Fable push is such a struggle. I'll cut Power Word Curl. How's the sack matchup? I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily bad. Like, it's probably not good, but can just cut the combo. It's pretty bad, anyways. Or like cut the alterations and just keep the Archfiends, and you know they need to deal with it. So it's like a fine creature. I don't know what to do. Let's have Maze Mind Tome. Let's go Teferi. Go blank. I don't know, dispute, stroke, whatever. Let's go, 60 cards. What do you think about playing Uro and Dason doing in the same deck? I mean, in Legacy, that's I guess the only place where that would make any sense. I'm not sure if, well, if you play like Narset Dason doing, sure, whatever. I assume that's how you play it, not just like value Dason doing. Which probably 0 people in the history of the world have played value Dason doing, but somehow I still felt that it was worth mentioning. It's much for. Bank booster. I think it's fine to play Ura and Days Undoing. And that's an acceptable anti-synergy. Alright, I'm gonna get destroyed by this Punkbuster. Alright, small sharks, let's go. I think just waiting on them is no good. Play the Archfiend, we're gonna die to Alteration. But seems like a good play against Bankbuster if they don't have Alteration. Maybe they board down on that. So I'll play it because it seems the best against Reckoner Bankbuster. Otherwise, if I just wait, I'll die to the value in card advantage, and it's possible they do not have everything just yet, but alright, did happen twice in the same league. Can I play some video game playlist, or are you enjoying the 90s R&B vibes? So I could. This song I don't even know. You can skip and sing. God must have spent a little more time on you. Only 2 losses are to the mirror combo, so you're actually 4-0. Or 2-0. Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker full OST updated with timestamps. Alright, that sounds good. It's pretty rough. Oh, Claudio gonna play some controls, so I'm not gonna combo either. Probably. A chance I draw considering to consider. Sake Memory Deluge. What a hand. But it also has 2 Field of Ruins. How many basics in Blue White? Anyone knows? 6, 8, 5? Any guesses? Four to 5? Bro, same. I'm gonna make it 3-3. My opponent taps out for the lockdown. I get to summon Ashogun Placid, which should be very strong against Blue White. I should make it blue because of dig for time. Oh, minus an Ashok. You fool. That's actually fine play. Ay, caramba. I would like to draw the Ashok. Can also find a Thoughtseize for Wandering Emperor. Take Ashok and let's greedily take another dig for time, which costs 7 mana because I literally don't care about that fact. Shock. Come on. You know what? Field of Ruin and one unknown. Have Quench. I mean, no. Okay. Just irrigated farmlands. Fine. Ashok beats many planeswalkers. It's an extremely powerful planeswalker. Not killing my fields. Doesn't want to Castle Ardenvale me. Fine. Whoops. That was maybe not the best. Letting my opponent cast this when I didn't need to. Maybe take Alteration? Pretty weak dig. But I can win. My opponent makes a token then, which is nice. Well, I need to find that demon too, but... The foul demon. Shock. Foretold card, enter the exile zone, okay. Oh, a foretold card. It might be the draw too, so then it would have been good. Oh no, I'm a mana short. You cannot play lands with Ashok. Stalnheim? It's probably not Stalnheim. It might be Doomscar. Or it's saw it coming, okay. Did you see it coming, chat? How does the combo work if they don't have a creature? Well, it doesn't. We exiled 2 lands. Not good for my Ashok ultimate. Is there any way to give them a creature? Yes. There are ways to give them creatures. For example, Swansong, which is in my sideboard, and that's probably the best one. Plus, my wife just walked in, so calm, and now she won't talk to me. Nice wife. Ooh, flashbang. Yeah, I guess you can do that. But then you can cast... Well, it's not very good to cast Deluge for free, though. It's a problem. Main phase flashbang. Yeah, I mean, why not? Seems fine to me. Demon. Good hardcast. They have 8 Deluge cards. Spawns the token, they're gonna exile the last card. Which was a Shark Typhoon, okay. We can have 2 Shark Typhoons, I could, yeah. Well, I can ult Ashok now because it's at 6. And I cannot have 2 because I hardcasted the first one. No, my Ashok! No! What the heck? No, my head is trash. Ma poi has memory deluge. That's not good. We traded lots of cards and nothing happened. Cool. Cool. Nothing happening this game. Except that I'm getting shreked by the deluge. Surely you won't draw another alteration, yeah. Yeah, we have not played against decks where the combo was excellent. But the combo is also barely excellent outside of mono green. Seems pretty bad against everybody else. I did play against 2 blue-white, 2 mirrors, but it is also true that the combo doesn't look good against those, and it is also true that the combo doesn't look good against Sacrifice, doesn't look good against Lotus because it won't have creatures. Unless they just play the Grazer, but if they know you play the combo, they probably just shouldn't play the Grazer. Yes, mono green. I also just drew like 5 lands in a row here, but Medic Swansong will help with the combo being viable against all matchups, but it's also kind of an awkward card to play. So I'm not so sure if that's the case. Crazy that I'm losing after Ashworking for so long though. What do I think about Narset Days and doing with Archfiend and Alteration? That's way too many funny cards. You need more real cards in your deck to win. Narset. Veto. Well, well. Okay. Maybe I could have navigated some Ashok moves better at this game. Let's cut the alterations. Just point has no creatures in their deck. So it's kind of pointless to have Swan Song because I always cut it, but you know. You know how it is. You know how it is. Let's go like 2 push and we can have a... I don't know, Pippin Needle. Or 3 push. Let's have 3 push. Alright, Claudio. I'll show you now. Show what is the question, but I will. Let's cycle, because we can hit 5. Or another blue land to cycle again for my next land. Foretold, okay. You can combo Alteration with Thing in the Eyes. Combo to an extent, yeah. Well, you can. You just need to cast another thing. Actually, no, you can flip. I don't remember. They changed the rules of flipping cards. Now they copy the flip cards sometimes, but not always, and I don't remember how exactly. Threatening cards deep. Wow. I mean, it happens, right? You just don't draw the Lenderino sometimes. We're in a fine spot because we did draw it now. I can hit the castle. Get a Swamperoni. Oh, we've got a floater. Nice cycling, yeah. Very nice. I'm gonna Fort Seas. No co tam mi pokażesz? Clones cannot transform. Tokens can transform in short. Alright, and why is that the case? How does that make sense? Dig for 2 lands. No, you didn't have the dispute. No, you can't have the dispute. Fuck. Caramba. Because clones don't have a backside. Well, if you say they do, then they do. Well, I guess literally they don't. I see. I guess that's true, that literally they do have a backside. Let's make a shark now. I don't know. Seems better than playing a 4-drop. I think my point is flooding pretty hard, so let's take advantage of that. I mean, advantage, make it 2-2 shark. To jest to fulek. Za to fulek. No, not a ganja seal of the empire, no. Wait, that's actually fine. I think my opponent kinda has nothing. So we could play a creature into 2 mana. Let's play the Joldred. Because I think it's gonna resolve. Divine Smite, okay. But I didn't have to fairy last turn. Now they do. And we lose, I guess. Might be play Archfiend on the draws angle. Play Archfiend because it kills the fairy. So I have no answer that can kill. I mean, if I attack with the Archfiend and the fairy, then I'll just die because I will run out of oil. So that's a bit of an issue. Narset minus Luke. Narset. March. Narset kind of brutal against my Fairy Temporal Pilgrim. If I draw a land, we can activate attack the fairy. We can't. You know who else has a backside? No, I don't. Tell me. Tell me, I'm waiting. Hardcast Typhoon. Alright, I guess. That's the best thing we can do. Into a revealed dispute, I guess. Wow. It's kind of unfortunate he ripped at the fairy on that one turn. I got giga punished. Maybe could have passed. Probably could have passed. Honestly. If we had the stroke, we could stroke at the fairy. Am I going to do some sort of Lotter article set review? Probably I'll make a video about the adventures from the time I worked on it. Talk about a few more interesting cards. Oh, but that's some other day. Tomorrow I'll play prelim, modern prelim with scales. We can summarize my thoughts on this. I went 2-3, but I didn't really mean much. The games were. I mean, I lost 2 mirrors, I guess. And I lost versus Claudio. Claudio blue-white got pretty destroyed by Claudio, but blue-black cards with Dick time seems fine, I guess. Archfiend of the draws. We played weird matchups, so it's really hard to say anything very substantial about the deck. The Archfiend Alteration combo feels very fragile and not very good, so not the biggest fan of it. Your opponent needs to have a creature removal stops it. Just kinda probably would fit better into a deck with more creatures, right? Because then your opponent is not stranded with removal that they can use anyways. We did die to the combo twice, so you know that was pretty funny, but that was like the combo of me playing an Archfiend after I cycled a 1/1 Shark Typhoon and then I died to the Alteration. So then that combo is good. If your opponent is the one playing Archfiends, then the combo is pretty good. Rise to Glory as per list. I don't know what you're talking about. What is Rise to Glory? Say reanimation spell? Is it like reanimate a creature and or an enchantment, so you can reanimate both for 5 mana? I mean, it would need to discard them somehow, and I don't know how you do that and what for. And your opponent still needs a creature, so every problem still applies. And if you have those cards in your hand, you could just play them for 6 mana, so you gain some stuff from Rise to Glory, but not too much, and it's not a great card to play, I don't think so. Stack would probably struggle against Fable Bankbuster. Fable Bankbuster midrange would be pretty rough to deal with, so that could be an issue. All right, that's it for today. Thank you for everyone who subscribed. We have reached the daily sub goal of 25 out of 25 for the first time literally ever. I'll be back tomorrow and the day after that, and I'll stream on both weekend days this time. Playing Fable yourself could help with that. Yeah. No trust in 3 colors being manageable, but yeah. Also, I'm actually gonna be back today in the evening, because today I will be recording the first episode of the midweek metagame podcast on Gabriel's channel, Nasif's channel, Yellow Hat's channel, as he invited me to become a regular host of that, I guess. So we're gonna make a test episode today, and probably gonna keep doing that later on too. So yeah, it's Gab and Get Smart, who destroyed me and in the middle round 2. So see you then, I guess. Stay hydrated and go watch Spike. He's playing something that's probably very, 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 very funny.